So much so that I could give up anything for it. So much so that it was the mirror and I, the grand image in it. So much so that my ego became too big and in my body it could no longer fit. So much so that I believed it when it whispered, nobody understands us except me. The first time I packed my bags to leave my parents' house, I was running after my poetry and running from everything else, my law degree. Besides, my parents' disdain for my talent was a wet blanket I could no longer sleep in. Their icy words had cut me cold and left the poet in me bleeding and my ego freezing and no longer feeling safe. That's when I started running to every poetry stage to stage my emotional unrest. And running to every poetry stage to stage my spiritual emptiness, and then running away from every poetry stage, avoid the naked eyes, judging my own nakedness, but still kept running to something or anything or anyone that had any warmth of rhyme inside of them. And with only paper and pen, closing my eyes, I saw myself in a pit of poetic darkness, cuddling my emotional wounds, calling them a beautiful mess, craving the attention of anyone who would agree with my decree of my talent. This world is undeserving. In this glamorous glory of sorry, I wrote myself out of God's creation story, and that's how I became addicted to things that made me feel even more lonely. Things like, 1, writing poems that made me happy for feeling sad. 2, writing poems blaming the world's problems on everyone. 3, choosing unstable relationships with little accountability. 4, writing poems about these relationships while smoking weed gladly. And 5, believing God had abandoned me to suffer silently. The second time I packed my bags to leave my parents' house, it was no longer our house. We had lost that house. And so poetry became my house. In it, I stored all my cherished childhood memories, all the dust from all my secret relationships and all my secret addictive habits and all the poems I believed would bring me back to life after the death of me. I turned my poems into bricks and helped my siblings to build a house for our mom. Our dad, he had his own bricks to build his own house, but by that time our parents had separated, and so poetry became my mother and father. So much so that it fed me every time I was broke. So much so that it helped me every time I felt alone. So much so that it opened doors for me that in my anger I always closed, and yet I still felt empty. Life was for the living and death for the dying, but sadness was still plenty. I could make the audience laugh or cry. I could ask the world to tell God I want to die. I could split any truth and seal it in any rhymes of lies. I was talented. A self-made poet with the right to protest and even challenge God to an argument. And yet I could not overcome my own darkness. My talent was but a brief promise of lightness, like a lantern that burnt bright but burnt out too soon before it was hidden under the shadows of its fading moon. And as my poetry fame grew bigger, the shadows that grew it became wiser. The louder audiences clapped, the more empty I felt. The more money I made, the more wretched I became. The more stage lights I stood under, the darker I felt. Man, my highs were really high, and my lows really low. I always wanted to do right, but everything came out wrong. And so, when Paul in the Bible says the sting of death is sin and the strength of sin is the law, I now understand that I was just a sinner who justified himself all along. I thought I was wise, but I was I thought I was I knew it all. And yet, I was ignorant all along. I was living in a void I could no longer avoid on my own. So when I gave my life to Christ, all the shadows that are surrounding me were blinded by His light. And then all my sins became clear before my sight, and that's when I became the enemy I always wanted to fight. Because see, I was ashamed of all the things I had done and the man I had become, and did not understand that in Christ, what's done is done. So it took me a while to realize I have to leave my past behind. Lay it all at the cross and invite Christ in my boat to come my soul. And now I realize that this poetry thing is not even worth all my time. Because it's not the source of my work. Now I dwell in the home of the true vine, and that's why I no longer feel the need to run. See, I was once imprisoned, but now I am free. I was once blind, but now I can see that I can do all things in Christ who strengthens me. That's why my poetry is now my testimony.
No, I really think it belongs to God.
First of all, I want to. My God, it's like you took you on a journey. It's like you went through the emotions. First of all, I want to thank you. I just feel that there's a lot of love for God in this room. Yes, it's so beautiful. I think we should give God another round of applause. That's Mr. Peter, you have gone through it. I think you've compacted like into a few minutes. So if I could just ask you, what is that? If there were, let's say if there were 3 pieces of advice you would give anyone that felt that they were going through that path, or even if they need that information, in case that's what's ahead of them, what is that something, those 3 things you would tell them?
Thank you. The first thing that I would say is that regardless of what you're going to do, regardless of what you're going to become, make sure that it is your epicenter. Locate yourself in God. Yeah? And that's a message that a lot of young people today need to hear. God should be at the center of everything that you want to become. But allow Him to guide you. That's the first thing. The second thing is that regardless of what you're going to do, again, regardless of what it is, you have to be passionate about entrepreneurship. Because even if you're going to be a doctor, even if you're going to be a lawyer, even if you're going to be a teacher, whatever you're going to be, yeah, you need to learn the business of how it runs. And also, and the reason why it's important to think of a business is, think of legacy. Think of whatever you're doing, whatever you're going to do, how are you going to pass it on to your children and your children? Regardless, regardless of what it is. Yeah. Think posterity.
Yes,
think beyond yourself. The third thing is, I think I was already talked about it, maybe just to emphasize it.
Not that one.
Passion. Be passionate about what you're going to do. Because with passion, what feels like an hour will become a minute. With whatever you're doing, as long as you're doing it with passion, it won't feel feel as heavy as it would if you were not interested in it. Yeah. That's what I think.
Thank you so much. Let's give him another round of applause. I want to encourage you, if you do have any questions, any additions, please make sure to note them down so that when we down or along the way you can actually raise your question. Don't forget, just write. If you have a particular panelist you'd like to answer that question, just write it down and then tell us you'd like to direct the question at. And please don't be shy. Please. These are free people. You can see one is holding sticks, right? So be as free as possible and please ask as many questions as you can. So I'm going to, I wanted to still pick something as we conclude on you. That transition, if you don't mind, that transition from walking away from what you had studied, how did you deal with it with your parents? Because there was something you stated about it. It depends on how you talk to your parents. Could you tell us more about that?
Okay, so I always wanted to be a lawyer, growing up. My parents, I always loved reading books, and for some reason, if you like, I used to where I grew up, if you like reading books, you're going to be a lawyer. And so my parents always told me, hey, you're going to be a lawyer, you're going to be a lawyer. And at primary school, but that's not what you want to be outside, I want to be a lawyer. When I went to secondary school, it was the same thing. When it came to filling in the government forms, I filled in only one course, law. They give you 4 options. All my 4 options were one, law. It's all that I wanted to do, and I was passionate about it. And I even read novels that inspired me, watched movies. I really wanted it. But when I was in 3rd year at uni, I was at Bakari University. I met a poetry group. University, some of them were even my classmates, and I didn't know that they liked poetry. I used to read poetry when I was young, but I was just a reader, never a writer. Never considered it even a career, ever. And then the 3rd year, a friend of mine invites me to the national. Okay, a girl liked it. So she invites me at the national, and she liked Peter, what is this poetry thing? I was like, what's even that? I was like, okay, let me just go and support. Getting there, I see National Theatre Auditorium is full of people, and these guys were reciting poems written by themselves, and they were about experiences that we were going through. And I was really inspired. I started even crying at some point. I was like, what? This poem, that's what I feel like. And at that moment, I felt like the stage was calling me. It felt I belonged there. So after the show, I told the guys, you know what, I want to join you. And every time I tell this story, I say, I walked into the National Theatre that day, still wanting to be a lawyer, but I walked out understanding that I was meant to be a poet. Yeah? So I get done with the degree, and now I'm at LDC, studying to get my practicing certificate. And I tell my parents that, you know what, I want to drop out. Because at that time, I started feeling like law was lethargic for me. Like I had to strain a lot to be a lawyer, and yet poetry came so easy for me. So I went to my this one evening, comes back home, and I first tell my mom, Mom, you know what? I think this law thing is not my thing. I want to be a poet. And then she's like, I talk to your father. So my dad comes back, and I wait for him. He gets out of the shower, and I'm like, Dad, I want to drop law. And he's like, have you talked to your mother? Yes, and she has told me to talk to you. And then he just gives in, and then and he's like, okay, now what are you going to do? Now the truth is, I didn't know what I was going to do, but I told him, what am I not going to do? And he's like, okay, fine, but I had not paid the tuition for upto. I kept it. So at that moment, I got the money and I gave it back to my dad. And he's like, I don't know what you're going to do right now. I was like, I'm going to keep writing and we'll start from there. So probably 75% of my time I would spend it in my room writing. And my parents were a bit ambivalent. They used to question, they used to doubt me, they used to rebuke me. Now, I understood that I had nobody in Uganda to point out to say that's a successful lawyer. I want to be like that one. That legacy did not belong to Uganda. Yeah. I knew Okot Pabitek, but he had died in the 90s, and his story was even a bit sad. You know? Lawyer? No, poet and lawyer. Okot Pabitek was both a poet and a lawyer. So somebody I could look up to. And so what I decided to do was to come up with a plan. Yeah? And I was like, okay, I have to convince my father and mother that this thing is going to be, like it's going to work for me. Yeah? So I came up with a plan on how many poems I was going to write, how many shows I was going to perform at, and how much money I hoped to make. And I remember I went to my father and I tabled it. And I told him, look, Jose, I understand that this thing does not seem to work. Yeah? But this is what I planned to do. And I remember there was a time my father was like, I mean, okay, you're doing okay, you're doing poetry. Why don't you guys study education? I was like, no, that's not what I want to do. Is there any course? Truth is, there is no poetry course anywhere in Africa. The closest part, I think there is Bard College in the US, where they can teach you poetry. Those things don't exist. When you go to Makerere, if you're going to study poetry, it's a sub-unit in a course unit. Yeah? In literature. Yeah? It's not really the thing. For me, it's what I wanted to do. Yeah? And my parents, I stayed home for about 5 years. And I had no job. My kid sis and my kid bro were the ones who would give me transport to go to the National Theatre. At times I'd actually have to walk from Banda up to the Uganda National Theatre, to and fro. And a number of times I did that, you know, because it was my thing, yeah. And now, after 5 years, I think I came with some of the books. By God's grace, I got an opportunity to be published by a new publisher in Uganda, who for some reason was interested in publishing poetry. And that was the first big project I had. I think it was about 15 million shillings. The project. They released the book, and then they also had an album, a poetry album that was released. And so I remember I invited my parents to come to the National Theatre, and by that time they had lost hope. Like I was the disappointment to everyone at that point. So I told them to come to the National Theatre. I'm launching my book. What? They turned up late. You think they had anywhere to sit? They had nowhere to sit, and then they stood there, and there was a plethora of people who were lining up for me to sign for me to autograph their books. And the story was told in the Monitor, the New Vision, East African, in South Africa, in Nigeria, you know, and all of a sudden I was the fresh voice from East Africa, heralding poetry. And I remember that time I still had a lot of pain because I felt sad because I didn't have my parents by beside me. But that point is when they started reconciling with the fact that, hey, this guy actually became a poet and made it. And so I remember my mother those days, you know, I would be in the house, and then I would hear her recite my poems. And then my father, who is a primary school teacher, he started inviting me to PTA meetings to perform poetry for them. And then I realized that, and then they could get testimonies from different people telling them about their son who became a poet, and they saw him perform here and there. And then they figured, okay, we don't understand these poetry things, but the lesson to pick up is this, at least for me. Even when people do not reject the advice you get from people. Even people who tell you it will not work, listen to them. Listen to them. Then ask them why do you think it will not work for me. And then they'll tell you there are no jobs, there are no opportunities for you, no job security. Listen to all of them. Then ask yourself now, the question you need to ask yourself is, then how do I get my jobs for myself? How do I create job security for myself? And it's very important. That's why I talked about entrepreneurship. I think that there are many more talented poets than I am. But I feel, by the grace of God, what what has given me a cutting edge is I know the business of poetry. I know which theaters need poetry. I know which companies are looking for poets to write ads for them. I know which organizations. Right now I'm working with MasterCard Foundation to popularize poetry in Uganda, and they gave me a contract to do the work for 3 years to access over 360 schools. So there is a way. There is a will. There is a way, but you need to know also entrepreneurship. You need to have entrepreneurial skills in every. Guys, even if it is selling stones, you still make it if you understand the business of selling. Thank you.
I think we're going to have a particular, because now everyone with entrepreneurship ideas, everyone has to find businesses around. Any student who has a business idea, it doesn't matter how small it is, even if you want to braid hair, it's a business. Someone is struggling to put their hair. Okay. So what we'll do, maybe you could get some time and share your business ideas with Peter, and whoever you may feel may be in line with what you have in mind, and you can get an idea or at least a starting point, right? Take advantage of it. I think it's actually a very good discussion that we should have, and we're going to bring it up a little later. So give him a round of applause once again. Very, very exciting. And now we're going to move on to Mr. Wadulo. So before he answers, we have learned 2 things so far. Identifying our profession from Mrs. Carol. She gave us what was her. If someone can give me the element of how did she identify what she was meant to do, and or how did Mr. Peter identify what he was meant to do? If someone can give me the 2, because they've actually told us. I want to see who has been listening. Who's a good listener? I'm going to give you a reward. I swear. Anyone? Okay, try. You don't have to be right, but try. Okay, let's give me one. Yes. They had something they both share. Okay, let's give her a round of applause. You come for your gift, right? I have your gift. Do you have someone else who would like to try? The gentleman in the red.
So the lady here said that she got advice from her parents and her elders.
Beautiful, beautiful. So hers was based on passion as well as people saying that she is good at something. Let's give him a round of applause. Do we have another? Someone who mentioned what was Peter's turning point?
We're talking about his turning point. Yeah, actually the girl who likes to take you to the poetry exhibit, was it an exhibit? Yes. So after he saw the poets speak and he broke down emotionally and he said that that's how he feels that he finally went that he wanted to be a poet.
Let's give a round of applause. I don't remember your name to come to me for your very small video and it's a gift. It's about what comes from heart, right? So you're all very right. So with Peter is an encounter. Sometimes we need an encounter to figure out this is what I want to do. Whereas also with both of them share a passion with Mrs. Carol, but Carol is also an evolution of she started on journalism, but it evolved into particularly writing. So you're already learning how to identify your profession. Now we're going to hear from Mr. Mark Wadulo. We want to find out from you, is yours evolution, is yours an encounter? How did you come to be in the area of broadcast? Tell us your story, how you came to be on Uganda Broadcasting Corporation.
Praise the Lord. Check. I feel like it's too much pressure here. Praise the Lord. That's better? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, once again, my name is Wadulo Arnold Mark. I'm a broadcaster. I'm quite a number of things, but for my career, I'm a broadcaster, and I'm also a leader. So you asked me on how I found myself. Something the two previous speakers have spoken on that I would like to highlight, especially for this particular conversation, is the critical role of a mentor. Okay? Because Carol mentioned something about, or you asked actually rather, how about those people who are all over the place? If you remember very memory, we were wannabes of G-Unit. G-Unit was a rap group at the time by head 50 Cent and the likes. So at that time, I fell in love with music. And I kid you not, I went all the way to learn music to the point that my parents saw that, okay, this gentleman is actually passionate about music. They got me one time, I had a trip to South Africa, they got me an acoustic guitar, they got me a piano, so I learned music theory, I learned how to play guitar. However, along the way, I then wanted to become an architect because I was also a creative. I was very creative at drawing. So I wanted to become an architect. I loved buildings, like the beauty of buildings. So along the way, I told mom and dad, okay, I want to become an architect. So they started to guide me along those paths. They started to guide me along those paths. At this point in time, my guardians, my parents and guardians, we call them, and in one way my mentors. However, not mentors that were particularly active in the fields that I wanted to pursue. They were more like guiding me, but I went on up to around Form 4, and my mathematics and physics were not as good as my maths. At that point in time, then I needed to do physics, stroke technical drawing. At my A level, and I wasn't able to do history, economics, literature, arts. So I then, at that point in time, still didn't have a career. This is what I really wanted. Yeah. But still, I would attribute my passion for the arts. Because the music coming down from where it's coming from. So when it came to choose a course at university, I was offered three courses at Uganda Christian University. I was offered industrial design, inclined back to the architecture, design and there was mass communication, and there was also fashion design. I think fashion was not open, but it was one thing that I had wanted university. So what then my mother did that I'm attributing to the mentor is she put me in conversation. She took me for different programs that structured like some of them were boring, some of them were boring, but she ensured that I would always post and listen to people who have been in several fields, so I can find a way to find myself fulfilled as a passion about. Even at that time, at university, they chose for me university, because one, so I take on mass communication. So I'm kind of person, you know the sound around the same as me. Anything you put your heart, so Okay? If they put you in the field of physics and you put your heart to it, you will become good. I can become good. If you put me in the poetry field, I consider myself an exceptional rapper, even today. Yes, I can. Just to give you an example, but not to take you away from my. But let me just rap for you this rap I wrote. So my rap is just going to be a sample of this, all of you, right? Yeah. I was given someone rights, someone listen to everybody, you're not body, but I'm ready to love. If you're ready, then I'm ready, cause love, before, I've been walking through the distance, love, I just want to walk through the distance, and I can see all the blessings up above, nothing that I wish before, like take a bar, running in the race, and I should pull low, go on my phone, like the beat on phone, I know my two more big loves, but I don't know what's wrong with the enemies, I'm so in the line with the enemies, I'm chilling in the line, that's the green, chilling in the grass, so that is just to show you, I can do anything so well, right? But I'm not so imagine anything else, I'll tell you, okay? I'm pretty good at it. But that was also a problem. And I think most of you that are like, you will find that problem, where do I go, where do I go. So where is the role of a mentor? So that's where the role comes in. Because I found a mentor who told me, I know people of you, and if you waste your life, you might end up being, you might be talented in many things, but a master, right? Now, which is also a bad thing. You really need to sometimes specialize. So, this mentor recommended several books to me. At that time, I was in university. They recommended the Mastery. The book is called Mastery by Robert Greene, and I recommend each of you look for the book, Mastery by Robert Greene. I hope you're writing, yeah. Mastery by Robert Greene. So this book helped me realize that, one, you needed up. Yeah, so this book helped me realize that you could potentially be talented in so many fields, but you could choose to look at your life as a journey where you could look and segment your life in several fields, and if you're really, really good at vision in your life, yeah, you could select the field so that one intertwines into the other, the other intertwines into the other, the other intertwines into the other. So I do my degree at university. I was also so I put my communication career ahead, and then put my music secondary, and that's how I ended up graduating successfully with my bachelor's degree. Now comes the job market. So allow me to emphasize again the role of a mentor. So the mentor will have, a mentor or a master will have 20 years, 30 years, 40 years of experience, okay? But if you came under them as an apprentice, okay, you will potentially learn what they learned in 40 years, probably in 20 years or 10 years, okay? So you don't have to go through the same mistakes they made, okay? They will help you shield off some of the mistakes they made. And of course, the other one is, how many mentors can you have in your lifetime? Mastery told me, the book Mastery told me that you can potentially have more than one mentor at a time. Yeah? Let one guide you at a time, to a point whereby you feel that you have reached and you can walk in that field on your own without the need of that consistent guidance. But always never forget your mentors. By the way, they say, my pastor taught me a lesson that never forget your destiny helpers and never split in a bad way with your destiny helpers, because all these people are going to play a certain role even after you have left them, long after you have ascended in your journey. So never undermine the role of a destiny helper, but never split badly with your destiny helper. So then I get into the field work. I started working with an events photography and video company called Russell Pictures Entertainment, and that company, we were basically doing events, Kwanjula, weddings at the time, but I had a degree, and I was earning some nigger money, some humble money, not so much, under $1 million, but we were busy, okay? We were busy weekend in, weekend out. You know how events can be in Uganda. Busy weekend in, weekend out, weekend in, weekend out. However, now this is the point in time I need to maybe reflect to you that I had gotten born again when I was 15 years old. So I'm going to give you the role God played in my life.
Can we first big around of
So I gave my life to Christ when I was 15 years old. That was, I think, in my around S2, S3. But my journey wasn't the kind where you get born again and you start living holy immediately. No. When you get born again, I got born again, but still wasn't living the kind of life people would say, he's a man of God. Yeah? I would still, go to a party, I would still do things young people do, especially those that don't go to the guidance. But around, after my university, I might say this undermines the whole story, but let me just give a highlight. So around my university, I'm doing events photography and video. And at a certain point in time, I was enjoying it, but things started to go against me. Life started to go against me. How? I go to the field with my team, we reach a place, I leave equipment in the field. Let's say we travel to Hoima. I leave equipment in Hoima. We come back to Kampala, I have to edit work. The work gets formatted. Imagine someone's wedding, someone's introduction getting formatted on the card, and you try to recover. You're still there, your office, something happened. So there was a span of about 3 months that were just not moving for me. And around that time, my grandfather was sickly. He was admitted at Kadiko Hospital. And that was in Bukoto. So in Kadiko Hospital, my mother tells me, your grandfather is sick, come over, see him. We are here camping here for the next 2 weeks. So for the first week, mother would tell me, come, and I would go. So it was around that same time when I was having this band of issues. So one day, I'm editing work, and the work is not shifting. So I leave, I'm like, after all mommy has been telling me, go to Kadik and see my father. So we were working at Lurum Street, Emeaza, around that time. So I go to Nakasero Market, buy some fruits, to take to the hospital. So coincidentally, a destiny helper had also come to see my grandfather at that time. So I come through, see my grandfather, and then my mother, because I have many mothers, and around that time, it was just my aunties, my mothers, and that destiny helper who is a gentleman. At that time, he was working in the Ministry of ICT, and he was in charge of a program called the Revamp, the UBC Revamp. So he calls me, he said, Mark, how are you? I'm like, I'm fine. By the way, what did you say? I tell him I study mass communication. And he's like, do you have a job? I'm like, yes, I'm working somewhere and I'm pretty happy. He's like, how much are you making? I told him I'm making 600,000 shillings. He's like, no, you need to come and start with some real money. So I'm like, are you sure? Like, yeah. He's like, So he directs me. He tells me, go to BBC TV, meet a person like this, tell them who you are, and the rest is okay. Now, McHugh, I was never the person met or born. I love behind camera like that gentleman, and in fact, even till today, I am more passionate behind it than I am here. My friend Charles Mandit there is with my, he's holding my camera, but he helps me do my camera work. You will from time to time see me directing him, friend like this, do like this, because I'm mentoring him, and I want him to do the right thing, okay? So, I'm better behind the camera than in front, but the role that was available was in front of the camera. So they told me, can you anchor the news? I was like, yes, I can anchor. After all, I was a little bit eloquent, my accent is not that bad, and I was confident. I think confidence is one key thing that ties through all my career, my passions. So they gave me the role of an anchor, and I didn't take so long training. I took about 3 months probation, and that's how I got into broadcasting. I've been there now 8.5 years. Yeah. So just to wrap it up, the second book which I started to read in my transition from Russell Pictures into Uganda Broadcasting Corporation was 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. How many of us on the panel have read this book? I think you can see the power this book can do. So this book was written by an author called Steve R. Covey. So what this book basically does, it takes you through a journey of, first of all, discovering who you are, the personal ethic, the character ethic. Then have you written the book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People?
Please get that book.
So this book, I would say, helps people like me, because when you're so passionate, and people like us, let me say, when you're so passionate and you're able to do so many things so well, you need to kind of reflect effect. You need to be productive. You need to, move things. Yeah? So it's managers that are multitasking so many things of that nature. So it teaches you how to first discover who you are and the things that you can control within your sphere of influence, and then how to interact, because it takes you through independence, and then he takes you through dependence as a child, then you go to independence, and then you ascend into interdependence, because as you grow and you're into your career, you're not going to be working alone, you're going to be working with people. So you need to also master the art of working with people. Thank you.
I like that you have brought up the topic of mentorship, and I honestly feel that our current society lacks a lot of mentorship. That's why, for example, social media is where people are looking for mentorship. You get someone you like on social media, you just start doing what that person is doing, they become your mentor. And there are so many reasons. Maybe our parents are not as available, maybe we don't know how to find a mentor. So that brings me to my next question. What are the key things we can identify of someone in our space that we know? Maybe there's someone who wants a mentor, but they know someone is their mentor. And what's the difference between a mentor and destiny?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So a destiny is probably someone that can open for you a door. The person will open for you a door. They may never do anything other than just opening for you a door, referring you to a job, perhaps referring you to a potential mentor, basically opening for you a job. By the way, this is just also to preach to you. Never be afraid never never resist or never hesitate to open a door for someone for whom you see needs to go through that door. Why? Because this is how doors and windows, spiritual doors and windows work. You might have the key to a door that is not necessarily for you to pass through. But to open for someone, for that person to go through and open for you a door. But imagine if you block that door and don't open it for them. There will be doors that you will not be able to also access. You get what I mean? Yeah?
The silence means the same people have not understood it.
Can I repeat that? Alright. So there is a spiritual narrative of what they call windows and doors. Okay? Don't think of them, you can think of them literally as doors. But imagine a big house with so many rooms and so many doors. But all those rooms have nuggets or success for everybody. There's a room for everybody of us to get into. Okay? So you have the keys. Each of us have keys, but all the keys you have don't necessarily open all the doors. And potentially, let's say you have one key. But that one key doesn't open all the doors, but it opens one specific door. But someone is going to come to you, going to need to be referred to someone, or to be, they're going to need you to help them get to someone. And you're the only person in that time that can help them get there. Okay? So never hesitate to help someone get to their potential. Even if it means going ahead of you. Okay? Even if it means going ahead of you. Because their going ahead of you could mean they also open for you a door at that point when you meet them. Alright? This might not sink in now, but it will sink in and you'll remember it. So, destiny helpers mostly do the role of opening doors. Yeah? Now, mentors play the active role of guiding you on your day-to-day direction. When your door is opened, so now the mentor holds your hand, and when he sees an opportunity, he sends you there, but he doesn't leave you. Sends you and pulls you, like holds you, keeps you on the string. When he sees you out of taking the wrong path, he pulls you back and guides you. He's basically like a shepherd. Okay? So the mentor plays an active role, and the destiny helper plays a momentous, like a monument. Is it monument or momentous? So at that point in time, yeah, to open your doors. I hope I have fine.
Does anyone still doesn't understand? Those who understand each other. It's people who have not asked. So you still, does everyone understand? Yes. Alright, let's give him a round of applause.
Yes, how to identify? Okay.
Just a minute before, I'm told that there is driver of car UBF 841X. That there's someone who wants to come out and you're blocking. So could you kindly help us? Okay.
About this, maybe this time we might be having something like that. If we could tell us, because of that, we invited him here. Yeah, she might have been a destiny and how did she benefit from that? How is she benefiting from you? Also, give us such a scenario which is a practical example.
So let's have what you first give us the key elements we can look out for someone to be our mentor, and then we can hear from
Okay. So I'll just maybe wrap it up and just guide you on how to identify a mentor. First and foremost, I advise you read that book, Mastery. Yeah? Because mastery works with that same principle of master apprentice. Yeah? And it shows you a myriad of different kinds of mentors and how you can find them. Okay? Now, the practical way that I was taught is one, look for someone who is one, accessible. You need to be able to access this person. Yeah? It might not be physical, but it's better physical. It could be someone you talk to on phone, but better a physical access. If you can, you should be able to access this person. Number two, this person should, you should really look up to this person, and the things they do should really mirror what you aspire to do. The things they do, you should be able to aspire to do them. Okay? And then three, the person should be a reputable person. Yeah? The person should be someone that doesn't have outright, very magnificent weaknesses. We all do have weaknesses, but this person shouldn't be struggling with weaknesses so much. Okay? We all do have weaknesses, but the proportion to how much our weaknesses pull us back, yeah, is different. So that person shouldn't have weaknesses. Like, for example, the critical weakness I'll give is alcoholism. Yeah? I've seen so many great people struggle with alcoholism. That person can be a mentor, but there's a certain level above which they might not be able to help you. Okay? So with those, maybe I'll just mention those of head, but also pray to God. Guys, I'm telling you, you all believe God. But like Peter told us, yeah? First and foremost, I tend to tell people, look around you. There is no element that was created by a man. From the plastic, to the concrete, to the marble, to the, the metal, there is nothing, the air, that was created by a man. All these things started from God. Okay? So the fear of God is the beginning of all wisdom. That statement is true in all its essence. Thank you.
And we're going to take that question and then we're going to move on to the next panelist. Someone give a microphone.
So my question is, can a destiny helper be the same as a mentor? Can it be a purpose?
Yes, a destiny helper can be a mentor. Very, very much so. Maybe how to give the example. The person that got me to UBC ended up becoming a mentor. So till this very day, I go to them for advice and tell them, this is what I am challenging, this is the challenge I'm facing, how can I address it? Okay? And they still help me till this very day. Yeah? And yeah, people, reward your mentors and destiny helpers. Reward them. Give them, buy them something. Like Penny said, it comes from the heart. Okay? Penny here, I last met her 9 years ago. I think we were at campus. Yeah? But we've never talked, it only happens when she's introducing to me Next Step Career Guidance Summit. And look at me, I'm here. So imagine we met them and we studied together. So each of you here could also be each other's destiny helpers. So don't take your friendships for granted. You're going to meet each other 20 years from now and you're going to put something together that is going to change this world. Thank you.
Thanks. I know it's taking my time, but I thought this could help as well. Let us not, this goes to you young kings and queens. Please, don't choose a mentor for your own convenience, or a mentor that best suits your interests. Choose someone that is going to help you achieve. For example, you want to read, but every time you want to read or revise, your mentor always tells you, the one you've chosen for your own best interest, tells you, we have a little more time. You want to cut weight. But your mentor is the one that comes with all this. You know what? You've done this for 3 days. You need a little. So choose a mentor that is going to rebuke you when you're doing something wrong. A mentor that is going to align you when you're deviating. Again, please don't choose a mentor to best suit your interests. Thank you.
And in terms of thank you very much, and for me, the mentees that come, even after I've rebuked them, I just love them. And I did one recently with a young man, and I told him apart nicely. Because I was like, you're so good at, why are you doing it? You know, I really gave it to him. But he came back the next day and said, okay, Carol, I thought through it, let's go again through what you have said, and I'm going to get better. And for me, that gives me even more encouragement to go on with the mentor. So I really like going forward in terms of that. But the other thing I wanted to say is also about the Destiny Helper. And just to give an example, so I have just like Penny and Hamak, I have a friend called Joy, and we're at school from S1, secondary school, different A-level schools, but university together. To this day we are friends. So I have this writing class. I said, we're writing class, we, come 5 weeks, we have sessions, I usually do that. So I posted on the group I'm on with her, our OG group, and I posted once, twice, and I didn't post there much because I thought, these girls write very well. I thought, it's very good, I see they're writing on WhatsApp, I don't have to bother putting my poster there. So one time she saw it, so she said, why aren't you posting this on the group? I said, first of all, we're all good writers. Then I don't understand you guys. She's like, no, you're not serious. She got that poster, she put it there, she said, guys, please, let's support Carol. If you want to go for this class, I know I can vouch for her. If you're not for who wants to, and I'm like, Joy, thank you. Guess what? That day, 3 people inboxed me and said, I have sent this to my family group. I have posted this. I was like, oh wow. That week, I got one person on the team who said, Carol, I'm doing your class. I got NTN because a lady there, one of my OGs, had a sister in NTN who said, I want that. I've been looking for writing courses like that for my social media people. We struggle. Get me that girl's number. I got the number. I've done 3 kids with NTN, very well paying clients. Because Joy, I was not going to get that gig at all. But Joy said, what is wrong with you? Post this every, and she did it for me. She didn't even, wait for me to do it. She did it for me. That's a destiny help. A very small thing on her part. That's an example of a destiny help. There's a question to Peter, if you have anything to say on the lady crash.
Thank you. First I'll say, personally, I had no mentors. It was simply that there was nobody I could look up. There was nobody that I could see in Uganda who was doing what I wanted to do. But I've had so many coaches. People that I have identified and say, I want, there is something that is in you that I want to learn. Okay? And I pay them for a period of time to give me a certain skill set. Yeah? And that has helped me, of course now I'm a mentor, but that has helped me to grow. So, because I was really an avant-garde. I wanted to be something that I've never seen. But also, my life, my career has been, by the grace of God, built on the shoulders of destiny helpers. People who have opened doors for me to opportunities that I never knew existed or even I could access. That lady was part of a poetry group, for example, that had access to the Uganda National Theatre. I started rehearsing from the Uganda National Theatre. Up to now, I have a project I run with the Uganda National Theatre. And even after I left that group, when I was launching my book, there was a lady who was seated in the auditorium, she was part of the audience, and she had won the BBC Playwright of the Year that year. Yeah, she was big in the playwriting business. So she comes to me and she says, Kagai, the way you write your poems, when you start writing plays, all of us shall hide our pens. And then she said, if you have next time you have a show, call me. I will direct you. Incidentally, I had a show the next month. So I tell her, well, Angie, and she lives in Toronto, but she somehow been in Kampala at that time. So she comes through, she gives me a lot of advice on how theatre works. So I figure, oh, so I can do my poetry in theatre. And then she tells me, the next time you're having a show, she gave me a list of 3 people. And she tells me, if you invite any of these 3, your life will fundamentally change. Of those 3, I managed to invite one. That lady I invited was the director of the Kampala International Theatre Festival. She had never seen me perform, she had heard of my name. She sees me perform, I was still sweating on stage. She stands up from the audience and she says, Kagai, I want you to be the opening act at the next Kampala International Theatre Festival at Ndere Center. Yeah? Now, at Ndere Center, she had invited theatre agents from around the world to come. And one of them watched my show and still, while still sweating on stage in my council, yeah, she stands up and she says, my name is Christine, I'm from Germany and I'm here looking for players that we are going to sponsor to go to tours in Germany, and we've identified the show and we want it now. Yeah? And then I do that, then I go to the German Culture Center, I tell them I want to do my show here, and on that particular night, a gentleman from Germany, he had been working from West Africa, now wanted to work with East African artists, comes up and is also looking for East African artists. And then they tell him, by the way, there is a show taking place the same day. Yeah? And then he watches the show and he tells me, look, we've been scouting for artists and we want to start a company in Europe that's going to be doing poetry shows and plays, writing plays and poems. You can tour in Europe and we want to work with you, but give me 2 years. Because I have to go through the paperwork and stuff like that. And I'm telling him, Simon, it's okay. But he's entered. The festival I had been invited to perform in Germany was in his town and about 100 meters from where he lives. So again, we meet in Germany, and then really for me, my journey, like all the grants that I've been able to get, there have been people who call me and they just watched me and they're like, we like your passion and we think this is a good opportunity for you. Destiny helpers. But what I can say also about Destiny helpers, I don't want to just say is, now I was lonely. I was seeking validation. Now, some of these destiny helpers led me into the dark places of starting to do drugs. Yeah? And the artist's world is crazy. So, some people might come with these good opportunities. They might open some doors for you. Yeah? But before you walk into that door, you need God. You need God. Just pray about it and consult. Ensure that it is the right opportunity for you. Examine yourself, the career where you are in that moment, because the moment you walk into certain doors, walking out really difficult.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone that has added on the topic of destiny helpers and mentors. Can we have a round of applause for them? And I would like to know, who feels like they've been blessed? We have hands up. Who feels like they've been blessed? We walked away with at least 1 or 2 things. We're also blessed being here with you. When you pass information to younger people that can change their lives, like I think what Udo was saying, you can share information that will save someone from all the trouble you've experienced for roughly like 10 years. You escape it just because of the right advice. It's also a blessing to us. And I just want to add on also leadership, because I'm sorry to say, but I think I've been one of the most confused people in profession, because I have jumped careers. I don't know, when I finished university, I went into marketing, then I went into radio, then I went into writing, and then I went on to TV, and at some point there was a lecturer that wrote to me and he asked me, but can't you just sit in one place? can you just finish something? But it's 2 years, just I said, but I don't know what I like. And he said, okay, let's do 2 years, then when you're done you can go and be confused. But at least you have something. It offended me, but it helped me. Because honestly, when someone looks at your CV and you're in different places every month, you can't do this. It may not even be that you're undecisive, but you also give people the impression you don't know how to work with people. You must have a problem because you can't. So I took his advice and I did insurance for 2.5 years, and then finally, I was able to figure out what I wanted. But one thing I want to point out is how I got even to training students in public speaking. I got into a school. I was speaking to a friend who is a writer from a writing group. And he said, what have you been doing these days? And I said, I'm training kids in public speaking. And then I know as we were talking, I said, oh, by the way, I contested for Miss Uganda. And he's like, I know someone who's running Little Miss Uganda. Why don't you go and train those kids since you're a former contestant? And I meet this gentleman and he tells me I'm going to put you in school to train the kids. It just happened like that. And then when I got to work with the kids, I want to tell you honestly speaking, even today I'm still trying to figure it out. When I was with the children, I felt something I cannot explain. Like I literally cried. I said, this is what I'm supposed to. I need to be children. I don't know why, but I was like, children, I don't know. They bring life, they bring joy, even when you come with, I'm going to do this, I have a target, I have an objective, and then somehow you start getting so emotionally invested, and you say, I want to, it's beyond the syllabus, I want this child to actually succeed. They become an investment to you. And today, I can openly say everything I do has to do with children. I do public speaking for children, I do talent search for children. I am here again with you. You may not see children though, but your children, right? But I lack to mentorship. I will be very honest. The people who know me here, they know that I went in circles and circles and circles. I asked around, I said, please, what can I do to speak out? Because I have so many things I'm good at, but how do I choose? And people keep telling me, just as you move on, one day you will know. Just keep on, one day you will know. I'm like, I'm like, what if it takes another 10 years? It's fine, you will know. But then I realized I just needed a mentor. So I don't want anyone else to go through that, honestly. So you have so many people here. I'm sure even by the time you leave, you already have mentors here. There must be someone you might feel, you relate with. So please take advantage of it. And before we continue, I want to ask a very simple question. Wadulo mentioned, actually there are now four things that have been mentioned on how you can tell who is a good mentor for you. I need someone to give me the form. I can just give you one. Wadulo gave us three. There was one that came from the corner. There was a hand. Okay, please come in front. What do you remember are the key things you can look out for that make a good mentor for you?
One thing I remember him saying is that a mentor shouldn't exactly have very permanent weaknesses, but I'd like to argue that shouldn't a mentor be able to overcome those weaknesses even when they have them, rather than not having them at all. Because that sets a standard of perfection that I think human beings don't have.
Okay, thank you very much. I love the fact that you're a debater and you don't just go with the flow, so I need clarity. So remember I mentioned the person shouldn't have overwhelming weaknesses. We all do have weaknesses. Remember that I said that? We all do have weaknesses. However, the weakness should never overwhelm this person to the point that when you look at their growth trajectory, there is a point beyond which that weakness has stopped them from ascending. Okay? And I mentioned alcoholism. Okay? The person is a drunk 24/7, but this person is a very good doctor. They are there. Okay? So alcoholism is a weakness. So usually such a mentor can only help you to some degree. They need help. So they should prioritize a good deal of their time to seek help, but not to give help full time. I don't know if it makes sense.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Then I had another question for you, by the way. It's nice to meet someone that also has that same feeling that anything you can put your heart and mind to, you'll be able to succeed at it. So do you feel like you've reached exactly what you're supposed to do, like your God-given purpose right now?
Alright, I think this is the time I would introduce Gideon Wanje. So, Gideon is my colleague. Together we formed a think tank called Vision 2100 Plus. Okay? So, this think tank has been birthed from the fact that we see several things happen in our country, both in the quality of life, the kind of the potential that education could potentially give Uganda that it's not, the role that accountable governance is lacking. Yeah, we see that if our governance could be more organized and strategic, could be, we have envisioned that if we sort out majority of these things that lie within the three pillars of high quality of life, accountable governance, and having Uganda be at the economic horizon of the world where we are lending to nations. Yeah? So I could say we're getting into civic conversations that could eventually lead into politics, and politics of a different breed. Yeah? Yeah. So I'm now, because just maybe to connect that, I'm sorry we are losing all the time, but yeah, let me just mention this, that the media, being in the media has exposed me to so many people, so many ways, exactly the way government is running right now, so I can see, I know how government is running. I know so many politicians, and media on a daily basis, you will save more than 5 new numbers in your phone on a daily basis of people that are of high and low caliber on a daily basis. Okay? So in 365 days a year, imagine how many numbers you have that you can make use of. So I'm now transitioning and applying myself into those spaces.
And then last question, no? Sorry, just the last one. So what advice would you give somebody with that same issue that you, like for me, who's now pursuing like a college level, what exact advice would you give someone who's moving on? What exact advice would you give them?
You said your name is?
Kosha.
Kosha, can I meet you one-on-one after here?
Okay, sure.
If there's anyone with that same question, because actually this is a very fundamental question, but just in the interest of time, I would like you to just meet any of the panelists on a one-on-one. Isn't it? Is it okay? Yeah. Okay. So before we get into the next, we speak to our final panelists, I want us to first stand up because the silence is too much. Don't worry, my other people sleeping behind. And do you think you have something or instrumental? Can we have a student come and lead us in aerobics?
In front.
Can you guys both someone pick anyone of your choice to come in front? So she's going to take us to 1 minute aerobic session. DJ? Okay. There's no one to play music.
We can go drum.
I hope we're all having a good time.
We are. Are we?
It's just hard.
Is there anything you'd still like us to discuss? Is there any topics you'd still like us to spend more time on? Please don't be shy. Come and share it with the panelists one-on-one, right?
Yeah.
We're going to share some feedback over the end so that you could just share your views and maybe what you have picked from the discussion and what you would like next time and who was your favorite. Don't say it. Don't say it. You write it in the paper. Who was your favorite panelist? It can be more than one person. It can be more than them.
What meet up?
Yes, ready. Yeah, let's go, Elsie. Elsie. You can do better. Give us energy. Give us energy.
Let's take a seat and then we we're going into more of the sciences. We're going into more of the sciences. The first thing I want to ask this. I want to ask the same question to Joseph, Jonathan, and Goodman. Could you give us at least 3 of the major myths you've heard about sciences that you know the students here know? What are the wrong things you have heard about taking science courses that are actually not true? Because that's what majorly discourages students from taking up sciences. They are hard, mathematics is hard. What are those myths that you'd like to debunk for us? Discuss from them.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to you all. Once again, my name is Jonathan Magom. I'm grateful to be here, first of all, and also to notice I'm the youngest panelist here. I'm really grateful. And this comes from, thank you. This comes from the fact that there's a lot that I've been exposed to. There's a lot that I'm very passionate about. To answer your question, what are those myths that are said about science that can scare some students? One common one I'm sure of is science is very hard. It needs a lot of studying. You need a lot of calculations here and there. And on that very point, I'll tell you that I'm not really the best student you will ever find in class. I'm speaking of, if you look at the grading, I'm not anywhere the best. But I've been put in very many big positions where even the best haven't reached in terms of the academics. So, to my side, to hustle that part, it would be, I made sure I was very confident to pitch out my ideas, very confident. To even meet one time the CEO of Roofing's Group, at that time, Sikanda Lalani. It was really a great experience, and such things have helped me. So, it's not a myth, it's not tricky, it's not calculations, it was just my confidence. And to also show that a lot can be done. Thank you so much.
Yes, once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my name is Goodman Omani, the academic registrar from Convocation Training College. Yes, we have always had funny myths about science and science students, some of which maybe all of you have also heard about. They tell you that these people who are ugly on the face, they are the very best people to offer sciences. Have you ever heard about that? Look at how handsome these two boys are. Aren't they scientists? They are. Okay? So, science is all about the ability to solve social problems. We even have social sciences. But when you talk about the social sciences, that one cuts across to do all things that connect with human behavior and leading you to the destiny of humanity. But a bit of science, looking at how things work and how or why do they behave the way they do, that bit of science which these individuals deal with, things to do with anatomy, to do with life, or things to do with how things come about or how things die off. It is also a choice of somebody and passion. Okay? There is, it's a double sword. You can be intelligent, or you can be clever, or you can be smart in your mind, but you take, you choose one path. You cannot be both a scientist and an artist. Being an artist is a choice. If it is your choice, it means that that's where your passion will be directed. So if you choose to do sciences, it doesn't mean that you have to be completely perfect. It's rather your choice and your passion. Why you decide to that direction, taking it, then that's why you lay all your efforts. And indeed, trust me, you are going to excel. So nobody should give you those funny needs. Okay? Being a scientist is a choice. Being an artist is also a choice. Okay? Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I know you've had a lot already. I'll start by sharing. They always say that scientists or science students are geeks. Yeah? That you're always confused, you know, always dressed ramshackly. It is a myth, because someone chooses to be neat, someone chooses to be smart. One of the days when, yes, we had some science students that, you know, if you had sagging pants, you don't have a belt, you are, you know, not combing your hair, not polishing your shoes, then you're too serious. You're concentrating on the books you're reading, you don't have time to actually comb your hair. But I would like to inform you that things have changed, especially in your generation. I did sciences, I practice in medicine as well, but I cannot leave my house with uncombed hair. Why should I actually walk into a room like this one with unpolished shoes? Why should I look lousy? Because how I present myself before I present my message to you matters a lot. Let's take an example of physics, for example. When they're inventing the plane, okay, they look at the air resistance. How is an object able to penetrate through the air resistance? The laws that you hear about, the turbulent flow laws, the Boyle's law, the scientists back then just looked at what is around us. The same applies to us here. We look at what is around us. Then you think of something. You invent something and then give it a name. So these are not complicated concepts in life. These are actually things we see in our daily life. We live with science. There's science all over. For example, we want to move away from hydropower, main grid. We want to generate power from the sun. So someone invented solar cells that if how many of us are doing biology here? Very good. How is it going? So at the university, we call it human anatomy and physiology. Very interesting. We learn and understand about the human system. This goes into how we feed, how you live your life, how you sleep, the usual things that we live with in life today. So there is no rocket science in science. I would like to submit.
I'm going to come back to Goodman. You say that science, okay, it's just your ability to do something, be passionate about something. So assume we have a student who loves science, but they're not doing well with the grades. Is there hope? Should they continue and just pursue a science profession?
Thank you. You can really cut it short. It's not about being perfect. Because you are not God and you will never be God. Okay? That's why these men and women, they can go to a laboratory. He does something but he needs backup. Knowledge or to consult from a friend. If he was perfect, he would have done it by himself. You get? So each of us, we need each other. That's why even yourself, when you're reading or when you're revising, you cannot do it yourself. If you selfishly start reading a book as if you are reading a Bible, you are going to lose the touch. It's all about sharing knowledge, contribution towards each other. After all, our destinations are not guaranteed by ourselves. You get? Yes, nobody right now can determine that that you are going to be destined to such and such a place or space. Okay? So we need each other, try to help each other, try to build each other's confidence and morale. Reading do you get what I'm saying? Yes, so if you feel like you are demoralized or you're feeling like your morale is below the line, and that some subjects are not coming easy for you, but your dream is to become a scientist, trust me, you are going to, for the dreams we chase them. Dreams don't come from somewhere they engulf us. We chase a dream, okay? So, chase it. Magoma has told you that he's not the best. He's not the best amongst his classmates. He's not the best. But he has followed his passion and he likes to look for more information. Trust me, a great man said that a gap that is between a rich person and a poor person is created by information. A difference between a rich man and a poor man is just information. Meaning that if you're poor, you're just lacking information. You're not lacking money, you're lacking information. Because it's that information that's going to put you at the correct path on how to look for money, okay? So, those who want to be scientists, go right forward and be scientists. Okay? Yes.
Thank you. So can we give a round of applause? You can feel the passion. Can you feel the passion when he's speaking? Do we have anyone who is passionate about science here? I feel that there's so many. We're so many in number. So we're going to still continue. We'd like to find out. So if someone is pursuing or doing science courses right now and they want you to take up a science course, now it's good that you own an institution of science. Maybe we can start with Joseph. What are the necessary steps, courses? What can they start doing for lack of a better word, to avail themselves, to make themselves worthy of the question? By the time they get to the university level, how can they prepare themselves right now to be able to, for example, you're in an institution, let's use your institution as an example, what can they do to be able to actually join your institution? Are there particular courses?
Thank you very much.
You can also tell us about the institution.
Yes, before I share, I think Access International is the 23rd School of Dances last month. I've moved around. I've done schools in Kono, I've done schools in Luwero, I've done schools in central Kampala. But I'm not used to sitting down, I'm always moving around. I'm used to meeting 500 plus students. I have a projector and I present. I can be my presentation, I thought the same arrangement. But it's well, we can still share. I have learned a lot from interacting with the young kings and queens. They have a very interesting mindset towards education. And there's a lot that has evolved over time. Back then, we used to only think about specific academic programs and the native academic programs that we knew about. Law, medicine, pharmacy, journalism, accounting and finance, administration, and then we'd stop there. That means we were limited. Back then, we only had, we out of your So you decided to do arts, humanities and business, and others decided to do sciences. I will leave the arts, humanities and business for the other panelists. I'll talk about sciences. So you decided to choose biology, you decided to choose physics, you chose mathematics, you chose chemistry. Any other? Now, these subjects that you're doing, can I know those doing those subjects? Physics, biology, chemistry, mathematics?
Could you put your hands up?
Did anyone force you to do them? Please shoot up your hand. I think it's a good thing, right? How is it going? Very good. Biologists, it's good to understand the human system. I know you do the human system, you do aquatic life, you do insects. Huh? What else do you? Plants? Yeah? All of them. Microbiology. Okay, very good. When you come to the university, there are certain areas we put much emphasis in. We will not concentrate in the microbiology. There's microbiology in human anatomy, but maybe aquatic life, study of insects and plants, especially for Addis University. We do only human anatomy and physiology. We understand the functionality and the coordination of the human system. Now, if you decide to do biology and chemistry, it is driving you into medicine and surgery. It is taking you into pharmacy or nursing. If you decide to do physics and mathematics, then it is driving you into engineering and computer science. If you decide to do geography and biology, somewhere there, you want to do geology. If you're doing mathematics and physics also, it is taking you into accounting and finance. Yes? Are we together? So there is quite a lot you can actually do in your era. I also always share that you are not at Access
Could we have some
International.
silence? Sorry, could please, our friends at the back, please, let's pay attention.
So you are not at Access International to go through the system. Just as at the university, we have first class degrees. We have second class upper, second class lower, and then a pass degree. So I'll transfer the same knowledge here. You are not here to go through the system to survive. You are just surviving. You don't know where you fall. You're failing, you're not passing. But you're just going. You made it through. Well, I'll borrow a question you asked one of the panelists. One of the things can actually point out for you to be successful, and I'll share and drive my point. Communication, honesty, and consistency, and then finally competence. Now, the world is not fair for incompetent individuals. I will tell you the truth. You will hear all the other stories, but the world is not fair to incompetent individuals. Because when you are enrolled, when you go for an interview, and just so you know, your bachelor's degree at the university can get you a job, but your characters and morals will retain you at the job. You should know that.
Sorry, can we first clap? Can we clap for that? That is very true, and we don't hear it every day. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Please continue.
I will get back to the programs, how you qualify for university education. But you should know that if I'm an employer, and you come with a very good CGPA, you have scored highly, you have a first class degree, second class upper degree, you pass through the interviews, we give you the job. But if you cannot work with your colleagues at work, if you cannot communicate, if you're bad-mannered, trust me, you will not last. So it is good at this age for you to begin nurturing yourself. In my presentation, I pointed out core values. All institutions have core values. Access has core values. You have core values. You as an individual, you must have core values. You must have guiding principles. You can't do everything and be everywhere. You can't be omnipotent. You are everywhere. You want to be everywhere at the same time. Now, you must have a trajectory, have focus. So, guiding principles or core values guide you. I'd like to implore you after this engagement, if you don't have guiding principles, if you don't have core values, when you get back home, go to your room, sit down and reflect. Because you'll be omnipotent, you'll be everywhere. And everyone who is everywhere, you hardly achieve. You hardly achieve. Okay? So I hope that helps. Now, at the university, we have, this still runs to universities in other countries as well, USA, Canada. I know some of you are saying, after Access International, I am flying out. How many of you are saying you're flying out? All right. All of you? The universities abroad, Australia, Canada, USA, the UK.
Are we Ugandan? Are we all Ugandan? No.
Have you denied your nation? Oh yes, but well then, yes. Whether you plan to study from the country, Uganda, whether you decide to go to South Africa or anywhere, there are universities. At the universities, we have diploma programs, we have degree programs, we have master's programs, and then we have PhD programs. I'm currently doing my master's, and I'm an academician. I love school, which I would love to pass on to you. I intend to study until I get a PhD. PhD is Doctorate of Philosophy. It's quite interesting and intriguing to actually have knowledge and be able to share. Imagine you're placed in a room where your colleagues are discussing a topic you have absolutely no idea. You just keep on looking and looking as they're sharing. But knowledge is not only gotten from books, academic books, but also reading. Right? They mentioned a book here, and a few of you had an idea. And right now, you don't have to move around with tangible books. There are lots of books online. Plug into your tablet, your phone, and then read online. Because knowledge is power. All right? Knowledge is extremely powerful. If you're able to communicate, all right, with knowledge, you are powerful. Whereas someone said, Pamela Sharon said, even the Bible says lack of knowledge, my children perish because of lack of knowledge and information. So knowledge is power. Now, all those academic levels you can actually go to. If you don't pass, okay, God forbid, I know all of us are going to, but if you score mediocre points in your subjects, the university will give you a corresponding program to what you've scored. You could either be enrolled for a diploma program. If you pass highly, then you're able to get enrolled for a bachelor's program. And then you can't leave your level where you are and go straight to a master's program. You must go through the hierarchy of education. Bachelor's degree, master's degree, and then the PhD. So, mentioning all the professions that you know about, yeah? Or I can actually just take a sample and ask what we want to become after we are done with this discussion. I can begin with those that want to do medicine and surgery at the university. Where are you? Okay.
Medicine and surgery.
Okay, medicine and surgery. Okay, very good. What subjects are you doing?
Could we have someone get a microphone, one of you two, to speak for all of you?
Okay, it's fine. I had. We have biology, we have chemistry, we have mathematics, physics. Okay? Fine. How many of us want to do law?
Do we have any lawyers?
Lawyers in the house. Okay, we have 2 lawyers in the house. Okay, very good. How many of us want to do accounting and finance? Okay, very good. How many of us want to do journalism? Okay.
Oh my God, only one?
Okay, all right, we shall get there. Yeah, how many of us want to do engineering? All right, very good. Okay, how many of us want to venture into agriculture? All right, very good. It's the backbone of Uganda, you know that? All right, how many of us want to become computer scientists? You want to do IT? Okay. Cyber security? Hacker? You want to be a hacker? Okay. Very good. Which other one is there? teachers, lecturers. I do lecture. I lecture electricity and magnetism. It's quite a very interesting course in engineering. How many of us want to be teachers, want to lecture?
Teachers?
But we are teachers. You teachers are here. Okay, very good. All right. Any other profession of left here?
Artists. Yes.
Oh yeah, artists. Music. Yeah, but you want to, there's a doctor here wants to do everything. Oh yeah. Okay, artists. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And psychologists. Yeah, those around the psychology. All right, community psychology, industrial psychology. Okay, very good. Are we done?
You also said theologians.
Theologians. So you want to venture into religion, understanding religion and background of religion and English religion. Oh, okay, very good. How is it going?
Yeah, I'm done with my master's recently.
Okay.
Starting another one.
Okay, very good. So there is a lot. There is a lot you could become. And as I mentioned, lucky are you, Gen Z, Gen Alphas, yes? Aren't you? Gen Zs. You are quite very lucky, unlike us, the baby boomers, the millennials. Alright? There was nothing much. Back in the day, whenever you had to conduct research, you had to go to the library, look for books, try to look for books and reference and do all the great things. Right now, in your bedroom, you just go to your phone, your tablet, your computer, and ChatGPT. So, you've made AI your closest friend. But you should learn how to use AI. Okay? Yes, AI is a very good tool that will help us, but also it can actually mess you up. Alright? So learn how to use AI. Very, very good tool. But some of you are masters of AI. No, AI has become your master rather. Yeah. Yes, you have become your master. You can't do anything without AI. You have a headache. Your back is paining. So you are diagnosing yourself. So AI has become your master. But you should be the master of AI. Because you give it an instruction, alright, it gives you a response. Okay? But again, you're using AI to drive your life. Today I want to go to the swimming pool. So what do I do? Yes. Today I feel some kind of way, I'm feeling so low. I've seen people that chat with AI as if they're chatting with 30 minutes. So I would like to discourage you from using AI like that. And please use the tool for very good purposes and reasons. Okay, so at Ernest Cook University, as I shared earlier, we are a medical university. We offer medical-related programs. And we have 3 faculties. We have the Faculty of Life and Health Sciences, we have the Faculty of Engineering, Applied Sciences and Computing, and then we have the faculty, which we just introduced later, the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. But very specialized. I will begin with that. We learned that over time, as we talk with students, that there are those students that are doing arts. They are under the arts, humanities, and business, but who love to practice in the medical field. I always share with learners and tell them that managers, art students rather, make the best managers. While we are busy in the laboratory trying to find out, different viruses and stuff, we need the managers that did arts because they have the sound mind, they are organized, and they can be able to schedule us and plan for us. So we introduced a program called Healthcare Administration and Management for art students, only you that are doing arts, humanities, and business. That if we get your arts, we give you a little touch of sciences to be able to connect and relate with the doctors in the hospital, you can be a good manager. Oh yeah? We went ahead and introduced a program called the Early Childhood Health and Development. You said you like children. You should actually look through the curriculum of Early Childhood Development because for children, you'll be teaching in class, not all of us will understand at the same time. But you get so angry because someone is not understanding. Give them time. Come back tomorrow. Give them the same concept and see where they go. So early childhood and development helps you to understand how to relate with the learners in class at that level. You learn to be patient. So you deal with children, you deal with the youth, you deal with infants as well. So those are the programs we have under the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. Then to engineering. We decided to concentrate on one engineering program, which is a bachelor's degree and a master's as well in biomedical engineering. I shared earlier that I am a biomedical engineer, and I would love to share my story if I have time. you put it to infection, and that is death. And if there is death and you are the lead doctor in the theater, that could lead to a court case, because they can charge you for being negligent. Yes. Now, I'm sharing briefly what biomedical is. So I picked so much interest in that. And all the time I found myself working with ventilators and over and over again how to install them. So biomedical engineers go beyond maintaining installation, they procure medical equipment, they provide user training. We have nurses and midwives in the hospital that might not know exactly how to set parameters. For example, a baby warmer, an infant warmer. You know what that is? An infant warmer, in case that the baby is not with the mother, to provide warmth. Thank you very much. Alright? So provide warmth. But there is a range. Too much heat burns the baby. Little heat causes hypoglycemia. Alright? So a biomedical engineer is in the hospital to make sure that such errors are not made. And also, an equipment could have a lifespan of 15 to 20 years or 20 years to 40 years. But if it's not appropriately maintained, it won't last for that long. Now, these equipment are very expensive. At Anescoop, we have an MRI machine. You know what that is? Magnetic resonance. We have a CT scan, computed tomography. We have an ultrasound machine, portable and the huge one. And then we also have X-ray machines. Now, I did carry one, unfortunately, but a portable ultrasound machine is as big as this. But it's between 40 to 60 million shillings, just a small machine as this. Whereas an MRI machine shoots up to 1.5 to 2 billion shillings. Now, if these machines are not adequately maintained, that means we are going to lose all that money at a go. One of the days whenever we have an equipment, because we get donations, hospitals get donations. The EU can decide to donate a CT scan to a hospital, a healthcare center somewhere. Now, this equipment is worth 1.3 billion. Now, we do not have an engineer that is going to install this equipment or maintain it. So what we do, we outsource an engineer from the United States. You have to pay for his air ticket, you have to pay for his housing, and give him per diem. Do you know how much that money is? That money is enough to employ 10 biomedical engineers. That's why we thought it is wise to have biomedical engineers within the country, such that we part of that. We pay them. We are creating more job opportunities. 3 years ago, if not 5, the Minister of Health issued a directive that every hospital must have a principal biomedical engineer. So those are actually jobs being created for Uganda is here that are doing such a problem. Okay? Alright, enough of biomedical engineering. One more program we'll share about under the Faculty of Engineering and Applied Sciences. We have a bachelor's degree in healthcare administration, a bachelor's degree in health informatics. We have all been to the hospital. We know what a triage is. Triage. Someone knows.
You know what a triage is?
Okay, very good. So the first point of contact when they take your vitals, height, body mass index, pressure, and all those, age. Back then, we would move with our documents and papers, showcasing them around. So going to the doctor's chamber, you have to move with your papers. But today, by the time you reach the doctor's chamber, your information is already in the system, right? Or you have never observed. Yeah, by the time you leave this point, for example, Mulago Referral Hospital is a very big hospital. So by the time you leave lab or you leave the triage, you go to the doctor's chamber, it's a long distance. Imagine moving with all your documents. But by the time you reach the doctor's chamber, all your information, body mass index, blood pressure, height, weight, already in the system. So professionals that actually do a bachelor's degree in health informatics are the ones that tailor such systems. We call them the PACS systems, the picture archiving system. A doctor can be at his home and is able to provide a diagnosis at the hospital because we have stored patients' information in the cloud. So you can access their details in the cloud. provide diagnosis and do treatment, whether remote treatment, unattended medicine, or physical treatment. Let me go to.
So you're going to ask you to summarize,
Okay.
or maybe we could, if there's still any other maybe feedback or presentation, we can also have the students. If you do have any more questions as he summarizes, you can still meet him one-on-one.
Okay, let me just share one more, which we need so much in Uganda today, and those are the ones we call radiographers, sonographers, or medical imaging technologists. We have seen, not you young queens, but our parents and us, when you go to the hospital and you're pregnant, you go for visits. Someone is excited. We call them antenatal visits. So maybe you know the concept. That's what I meant. Yeah, you know the concept of ultrasound. I want to go to ultrasound. So you go for antenatal visits. The equipment they use, you can mention, is what we call an ultrasound machine. This is an equipment used to visualize inside the body system, especially for pregnant women. You want to determine the sex of the baby, the size of the baby, the age of the baby, the health of the baby. Yes, while they are in the womb. So we use an ultrasound machine. Now, professionals that do study an ultrasound machine do a bachelor's degree in medical imaging, but they couple each up with a CT scan, an MRI scan, and X-ray. Now, a doctor is unable to provide proper diagnosis and treatment unless they have a report from a radiographer or a sonographer. Because that report tells you, if they did a scan about the brain, we're able to know that, do you have a tumor in your brain? Do you have a swelling? Do you have a clot? That can be visualized with your physical eyes. Do you have a cyst in your breast? All those are only, we're able to see those when we use the modalities I mentioned earlier. Ultrasound, X-ray, CT scan, and an MRI. Okay. So as I wind up, we are trying to move away from the core medical programs because all of you want to get it. If all of you want to become medical doctors, you apply to become medical doctors. What are the chances that all of you will get the program? Yeah. If all of you want to say, I want to become civil engineers, what are the chances that all of you in this room will actually become civil engineers? So it is time for you to open up your mind to a lot of other opportunities you could become. The old students always ask me, so now after I've graduated, what am I even studying? Because you can't have jobs. Imagine an opportunity surfaced 10 years from now and you don't have a qualification. It is very, very painful that when you had a qualification, an opportunity meets a prepared individual. Okay? Be with your academic qualification, deal with the rest later. I'll go and share a lot about these interesting programs and about how we get to the university, about all the expectations, but we shall have one-on-one. And also one more thing. You see, while you are here, I want to share briefly about expectations at the university. It's another whole world, whether in the country or abroad. Because at the university, you make your own decisions, all right? Whether good or bad, they are your own. You take care of yourself, all right? Whether they're giving you pocket money or pocket change, you are on your own. But here, you're being protected. As we walked in, Dr. told me, please come and sign, come and sanitize. You have protection. Everybody is looking out for you. The administrators are looking out for you. They worry about your safety. Perhaps you are fed well. You know, everybody is concerned about you, about your performance, about your health, about everything. But when you get to the university, you are an adult of your own. You're supposed to take good care of yourself. Please choose to be a good individual this country needs. Now let's have it.
I would like to, let's just sing another round of applause. So I'd like to hear from 3 people. I have my gifts, they need it in that room, but I'd like to hear from 3 people. What are your major takeaways from what he has shared for students who are pursuing the sciences. Major takeaways, you don't have to, I'm not asking for particular, I want to know what you have worked on with. Yes, please. Can I have three? Yes, two. Do you have a third person? Three, let's have a gentleman. Actually, we have five. Wonderful. We'll hear from five. Someone in the microphone? Gentleman in a black jumper. There is a lady in pink. There is someone else.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Joel. So I think for me, one of my major takeaways from what Mr. Joseph did, from what he said was, he spoke about three aspects that you require to function, basically. He said honesty, competence, as well as communication. So what I learned from those three aspects is that in the world of sciences, very many smart people, quote unquote smart people, it's more than just academics that are gonna get you to where you want to go, especially in the sciences field. Yeah.
Wow, thank you so much. He told us that you could qualify for the job, but if you lack those qualities, you cannot maintain the job. Thank you so much. We had another hand up. We have the lady in pink. Everyone started the question. She's actually one of the first people that put their hand up.
Okay, I'll say what I have to say, but one thing that I learned from what Ricky said is communication. We should learn how to have better communication with everything we do, because any information we mess up comes from the person who actually gave the communication.
Wonderful. Let's give a round of applause. Anyone who needs to say a gift for me, please don't forget. Let's go to the third person.
Good afternoon. What I took away was that you might be bright, yes, but you should have manners. Yeah, you shouldn't go to work in a person's hospital or wherever you're working and you're going to be the rude doctor, you're going to be the rude surgeon. For example, you're working with a pregnant lady and you're the one being all like, hey woman, lie down. Yeah, you should be good mannered, you should learn how to communicate properly, like be nice, talk right, and have respect.
It may be what most of you have picked on, but it's so important because it's again those three qualities that are lacking in Uganda, honestly speaking. The consistency, the competence, the respect is just lacking. So I'm very happy that that is something most of you have really grasped on. And I hope you'll actually go and practice it. And you can start practicing it now amongst your friends, even in school. Be that person who's consistent, competent, and someone who respects people. So thank you to everyone who has submitted. We still have, I think, two more people. There's a young lady.
My name is Lucy, and what I picked from the gentleman out there is that in science there is no error. That's what I call in science there is no error. And also another thing she said is that however much the qualifications I have, I may have all the PhDs, the master's degrees and all that, but if I have no character, I can't qualify for anything. Beautiful.
Round of applause. We still have one more. There's one more hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Love, and one of the things that have really stood out for me, one of the things that your gift can take you to high places, but it is your character that keeps you right there. So it also goes to what other people have been saying, that you might go somewhere and yes, you're good, you're a doctor, you have all the papers, but right now people want to work with someone that they can teach and who is willing to learn. You cannot go there and you know everything, but being able to humble yourself and be willing to learn, that is what people are looking for nowadays. That's why some people say that they can't work with young people because they don't have that high EQ. And also one of the other things that stood out for me is that you should be open to other opportunities also. It might not be in the same line that you want, because also Miss Carol said that she studied social sciences, but she went and studied journalism after. So anything that comes right there and then, you can go for it, and then you can switch up later. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for listening, and thank you for learning. And again, his advice it cuts across even, I think it cuts across, it's beyond Uganda. Anywhere you go to work, that's what's going to work for you. And I'm glad that now we know that yes, results are important. Please do not stop studying, do not get good grades, it's important. But there is also the social aspect of life that also, because sometimes we're so absorbed in a need to get the best grades, and then we don't mind about our social skills, our character as a person, but it also plays an equally vital role. So I'm so grateful for your submission, and also let's again give our panelists another round of applause. And all the panelists around the So now we're moving into engineering. We have two individuals that are going to help us in engineering. We have the youngest, let's start with the youngest panelist. He told us confidence has been his greatest attribute. This is not perfect at everything. So you're going to just kindly share with us your journey through high school to where you are right now and how confidence played out for you. And then we'd also like to hear from Mr. Goodman. I would want to look at the academic part, because you said you're an academic registrar. How many of us know what academic registrar is? Oh my God. You know what? Can you please first tell us what you are?
Yeah, sure. Maybe briefly trying to explain what an academic registrar does is to receive an applicant into the institution. Right from the time you apply, he starts keeping your records, then receives you personally at school. You enter the institution, then throughout all the journey of the very institution until you qualify to be graduated out. And again, still this person can still keep your records. Maybe they will be needed in the future by you yourself, or maybe by somebody who wants to arrest you tomorrow because you have maybe misbehaved. Okay? So, God forbid on that part, but my role is to keep records right from the time when a learner or a scholar comes into an institution until the time when he or she exits. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. So we're first going to hear from Jonathan about how confidence has worked. We need to understand how you can actually win in the science field without having to be a perfect scientist, because everyone has said it, but let's hear a practical part of it, and then we'll also hear from Mr. Goodman on what does it take to be an academic registrar, because you might think that you're going to actually become an academic registrar. Some of these roles are, like you said, you just encounter them. You find yourself there, you realize this is actually where you're supposed to. So he'll also share with us a little on his journey. So let us begin with our youngest panelist.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon once again. Confidence has really stood out for me to the best of my level. A short story, when I was in secondary in Mukono Bishop Senior School, I stood out to be very talented in music and dance. I was a great dancer. And I surely exposed to that best. Okay, I'm going to sample the show. Presented myself to the talent shows that were at school, and we even had to do inter competitions that showed me that actually, I can do something. But it wasn't my side, my line so much, however much I could do it. Continued and completed my secondary, joined in a corps, and at that time I built a charger while studying in electronics.
A phone charger?
Yes, a phone charger.
You built a charger?
Yes, where you can plug into the sockets, the normal sockets at home, and charge your phone. It was very, very, very interesting because the normal one we know.
Can you give him a round of applause? Did you hear what he said?
Yes.
hearing me very well.
He said he built a phone charger. Has anyone built a phone charger? What have you built? You built a speaker. Who is that person that built a speaker? Okay, that's amazing. But it's amazing. So I'd like to be the person who built the speaker. All right, please continue.
When I built the charger, I showed it to my mom. She was like, "You want to burn our house?" Because no one actually could believe that Ugandans could actually put up something from scratch. That's the main thing that moves me. I am electrical engineer. However, I do not repair anything. If my phone dies, I'll buy another one. Something like that. Me, I'm moving to the side of, I can actually make something. If I can make, yes, I will have the idea of the repair, but someone who can only repair don't have the idea of how to make. So I've moved with the line of how to make things. I've made a couple of solutions, and the one I earlier presented was to the CEO of Roofings was a student project, that was a security device that whenever it detected someone, it would shout in speaking like a robot, alert, intruder, something like that. And it spoke out so much. This person was very interested, together with the principal of the college, and the confidence for that part, once again, has put me in place that studying my diploma, I haven't paid tuition. That's all this. And also,
sorry, we are not. Did you hear what he said? Yeah, that's how it's so. Hang on, be strong. The best things come at the end, by the way.
Yeah, and also having a mentor still has really helped me. I have had a mentor who is also a role model and someone I really look up to date. His name is Kawesa Nasa, one of the best electrical electronics engineers in the country, I would say. For many companies that have evolved within the past 10 years, he has been part of these developments. He's been part of artificial intelligence, electrical electronics, automation, and I looked up to him. He is someone that was available. That's also a quality in choosing a mentor. He was someone that was available. I could reach out anytime, ask any question, and guide me in my day-to-day activities. That has helped me, but still he has been a destiny helper that still, together with my confidence, I've gotten to work with Army on a subcontract to build for them some 3D models where what you're studying right now can be length, width, and height. Starting with that one. Still with confidence, they have reached out to me and asked me, can you design this part? These were designs that were going on planes that are for Army. But
on aeroplanes?
Yes. But surely I had never designed that stuff. However, I've designed something before. So my confidence was there, yes I can. And I was sent out. I was sent to Nakasongola, and it was really good. Working with very serious, big engineers in the country to output something that is working. It was really a great experience, still under confidence. But still I would also put out another factor. Under engineering, it would be nice that you have good attitude. All the people doing sciences, it would be nice that you show good attitude towards that thing. If you have any negativity in that, surely it will not. Yeah. It needs you to have a positive attitude, and that is also part of our school motto as Nakawa. We strive for skills, knowledge, and attitude. So attitude has also helped me so much, and respect. Yeah. But I will still put you to the part that I am not the best. However, I am open-minded and I love learning. Yes, I love learning so much, so I've gotten a lot of skills, not only in electrical electronics, but I've learned how to paint. I've learned how to make some few parts here and there. Still confidence has led me to pitch to some big investors, and now I'm a founder of a company called Coabites Limited, found in Mtinda. The company provides solutions around electronics, because electronics and electrical, you find that students and companies find it hard to source these components into Uganda. So we are helping them to provide this, to also provide research, that is industry research, and a couple of other services that we do there. It has really been entirely around confidence, but above all, it's good. Yes.
You said respect, you said open-mindedness, you said attitude. Yes, I really want to point out, because honestly, I can also testify, once your attitude towards something is negative, you just can't. So it's like saying mathematics is hard. You might actually find that you can't do math, but because your mind is already tuned to, I don't like math, math is difficult, it's what you're going to do. So it all begins in your what? It all begins in your mind. So I think that is also very important, something that you pointed out. And then I just wanted to ask you, so now for, do we have anyone that wants to, we had some engineers in the room, right? Yes. People were interested in engineering. So we've seen so many young people coming up with innovations, and then they disappear. Sometimes they're going to be funded, and then they really have a brilliant idea, and then they just vanish. So I'm assuming there's a challenge of finance or support. So if there is someone amongst us that has a brilliant engineering idea, where can we start to be where you are?
Thank you so much. On that point, anyone who has innovations and is interested to really scale it up and bring out a solution that can be a service or a good, anything that can be a solution is an innovation. Something that we are adding on maybe from a previous design to a better one, for as long as we are improving it. It's really innovation. It has been very challenging. I am a team lead for research and innovation in Macau, and we have had a lot of students make projects that are standing out in line with security, in line with automation, livelihood. We have some projects that we actually brought that you will see at a point where you speak and lights go on, something like that kind. And these projects normally all end at a certain phase that cannot commercialize or be sold out. The issue not only stands out for finance, but also knowing the right people to pitch to, still the confidence, and not being only a laboratory person. You know, we develop these things and they come out very well, but you stay in the lab. Oh my God, the system has worked. I am a programmer as well, because in my field of electrical electronics, to fit the two, sometimes we write computer programs. So you find that, oh my God, my code has worked finally. And that's it. You document it somewhere and you're good to go. However, a lot of people don't know what you've done. You've stayed in the laboratory. So we also need exposure on that one. The spaces that you can go to that have helped me as well.
I think this part is very important, especially for those who are interested in engineering. There are platforms you can take advantage of.
The platforms are, there is a space called the National ICT Innovation Hub. It is a place found in Nakawa, and it welcomes all innovators with all their ideas with no pay at all. You do not pay a single coin to this, however they can fund your project.
Have you had cases where people bring, like in the media you could have a proposal, a good idea, you pitch it to a media house, they will tell you we are not interested in the idea, and then a few years or months later you see it running on TV with them. So how do you know there's no copyright, no branding?
There is something, it really happens so much. It has happened to me, it has happened to my team here. We, this year, had a competition, a national competition in agriculture, developing a solution around the animals that we were trying to see that you can know before a cut of days, you can try to know that its temperature is getting high, or it is not moving freely like it used to. You can also track this better. We had a group, we had groups this is a hackathon that happens, takes like 3 days to come up with this solution. And we came out, imagine the best. We were very happy. We presented to big people. It was really interesting. The photos are there. However, we do not have the solution right now. But we have had 2-3 solutions have come up since then. And I think that needs government, but also where you're originating from. If it is, say, an institution, you would need to have this protected. That is protection by patent, IP. And that is very, very essential. I have developed solutions like smart home system. There is a solution I've developed for Tunga Mosai. There is a coffee machine where someone wants to know the amount of coffee that has been processed by that machine while he is in Kampala. And I've developed that solution. It is surely there and running. However, it is not protected. So if someone takes on the idea, I cannot say anything. I'll just watch it go. So we need a lot of protection on that, and that means working with institutions, but also with government. With protection, we are working with Uganda Registration Service Bureau. And there are some fees that we pay. However, at least it enables that no one can just take on the work. This is work that you do over and over, day and night. I've been in the laboratory developing some of these solutions that can take weeks, months, years. And then you find that it's gone. That's really not so good. I'll tell you one or two of the projects that I'm doing and maybe have a grasp. Some of these are even things we have at home. Have you heard of Alexa?
Have you heard of Alexa? If you have someone near you lying down, please tap them on the shoulder. Again, I know we are hungry, but we need to hide in there. We're almost going to get food, right? So how many of us have heard of Alexa? Hands up. Oh my goodness, all of you. Who has Alexa? Who owns Alexa? Who has it?
We've developed some solution, Alexa. Alexa is a smart home technology where you speak out and say a certain command for a specific appliance to go on. I can turn on the fan by just speaking without moving. The solution or the innovative idea around here was to enable the lame people also do have some control to reduce when they are walking. Imagine I have a flat, I'm seated in the bedroom, but I have to switch off some lights. I just can't speak to help me out. It eases the life and it is the way to go. There is something called the 4th or 5th industrial revolution. We have to adopt to some of these technologies whether we want or not, and some of those are Alexa. It is really good. Now, we've even gone further to develop our own that we do not call Alexa. So I can sell this solution to you and name the system your name. So you call it Grace, good morning. It will reply you and maybe open your curtain, something of that kind. It is really, really interesting. However, you should know it all starts from what you're doing right now. It's not that deep. It's not that deep. You have heard of an example, length, width, and height. That's what I knew, added on some small fragments, and I was able to work with Army for a project that paid off 300,000 per day. That was very comfortable for me. That was very.
He was earning 300,000 per day. 300,000 per day. What would you do with that? You guys are sleeping on toilets. You see what young people are doing.
And I understand that you all have a lot of ideas that you are scared to pitch. I would encourage you, please be confident. That's the main first thing. Be confident, but with respect, and it will surely work out. Maybe another testimony is that with all this that I've had,
silence, please. Let's pay attention.
a testimony I have is that with all these things that I've had around me, I have so far not yet asked for a job anywhere, and I'm working.
Never asked for a job. Never applied for a job.
I'm working with Namirango College as a trainer for electronics courses, that is in secondary. I'm working for Nakawa. I'm working for Co-op Bikes. and other independent consultants here and there. It is really a good experience, and all this comes from exposure. They have seen what I'm doing.
Have you been unemployed?
Sorry?
Have you ever been unemployed?
Since I began, I've never.
You've never been unemployed? Are you in Uganda?
Yes, I am.
So you don't know what unemployment feels like. Wow.
Entrepreneurship mind, as he earlier said, would be something that I would also encourage. So you will not find yourself unemployed.
Thank you so much. You know, it's not only what he's sharing, but he's just naturally an inspiration. Look at all those things. Yeah, but I don't want to ask you your age, it's not right, but I assume he's really young. But imagine what he has achieved in such a short time. Let's give him another round of applause. Before we continue to our next panelist, you did promise us some folk dance.
Oh, they are giving him money.
Anybody out there who has a talent and you don't let it die in you. Every day in the evening, I always tap him, anchoring the news. I don't miss him. But I could never imagine that he can do what he has just been doing. I'm so grateful. Well, all said and done, whatever we have spoken on this platform, it surrounds the pivot of humanity and attitude and personal behavior and character. Whether you want to be a doctor, whether you want to be an engineer, whether you want to be an aerospace engineer, whatever you want to mention it, but it's only character, communication, and readiness to cooperate with people that will let you stay on that platform of your dream. We also talked about destiny. Destiny only stops when you die, when you're buried. Okay? He is a news anchor, but tomorrow he can be inspired to stand in his home constituency and you find he's a very good performing member of parliament in the house. All of a sudden he's identified as a good performer and he's given a certain ministry. You find somebody who used to be a journalist but is now a politician. So destiny stops only when you die. I'm going to wrap up all through my journey and how I came to become an academic registrar and whether I'm very much interested in staying as an academic registrar forever or I want to go to another step higher. So I will tell you, I will try to make some, but it's quite a long journey. Some of us, we came from backgrounds where when you are found in the office, where you're seated, somebody is intrigued and is like, really, I cannot believe it's you. Because this person is the person who maybe knows ground and it's like, I cannot believe. This is the person maybe who found you grazing somebody's cattle and you are being paid 10,000 a month and cannot believe where you're seated right now.
Grazing cattle?
Exactly. So, I come from a very humble background. My dad is now 86 years of age. I still have a mom. They are now aged people. But I emerged as a very good academician right from the time I joined the nursery school through my primary. But when I went to secondary school, school fees became a total problem. Because I also had my elder brother, we were studying when we went to secondary school. My dad could not really raise the school fees. And yet, we were in a day school, and the money that was being paid is quite negligible. When you mention the figure right now, it is somebody's lunch. I'm speaking. Yes. So school fees became a problem, but remember this is the kid who had risen to the topmost level of academic excellence and performance in class, but the school never had a program, let's give him a bursary or maybe a sponsorship. When I had gone to senior 2, I was sent home. I sat home, and that was a dead year. But the next year, I identified somebody who is good-hearted, is right now the Bishop of Kasese Diocese. He's called Bishop of Reverend Father Aquinos Chila. He's a bishop right now. So I wrote to him a letter. He used to have a scheme of sponsoring students who are sharp and who are willing to study. By the way, where there is a will, there is always a way. Okay? If you are focused, don't regret the falls of today. And in life to succeed, it's not a question of how many times you have fallen down. It's a question of how many times have you risen up to walk again. Okay? He shared his story in a poem, and all of us, some of us shed tears. But for him, it was really rapping about it. Actually, I felt like I should write it down, and I go out to the Bible and I start rapping myself. It was so amazing. So, ladies and gentlemen, when I wrote a letter to this compassionate person, he called me. My dad never knew what happened actually. We had a call that we needed to his home, he needed to meet us. We went there, he said, okay, I'm taking up this boy for education. My dad could not believe, what did you meet the boy with? But I shared the story later to him, and he really cried. He shed tears. When he took me to his school, I said, good man, you have come for academics, please do what has brought you here. I tried to concentrate. Cutting the long story short, during my senior 4, I scored a very sharp first grade, and I emerged one of the best because I scored 16 in 8. But this gentleman had solicited for me a German sponsor. This German sponsor did not also have money. He was a retired teacher by then. He was to help me with the tuition in case I managed to raise to the university. They told me if you take the science course line, the money will not be enough. So be an artist. I looked and I had no option because I had no command of that system. I said, let me take on the arts combination. I offered history, economics, literature, and divinity. So when I went to senior 5, by second term in senior 5, I was already teaching English in senior 3, helping other teachers in the same school. When I was in senior 6, I was teaching literature paper 1, prose and poetry, in senior 5. Then I was also teaching plays in senior 3. So you can see how sharp I was. Then I did my senior 6. I scored some good marks. I happened to get a sponsorship for the district court system. But the best course they could offer me was education at the university. I said, look, yes, I'm talented as a teacher, but I don't see myself teaching. My head teacher was like, you can be a good literature teacher. You see, you have always done this, and you can make your colleagues also score the A's and B's. I said, I became arrogant. When I went to the university, I said, I'm not taking education. They said, maybe if you can pay for yourself tuition. I said, yes. I chose another course. I decided to do the Bachelor of Commerce, external. It was for 4 years. So those 4 years, I said, of course, when I left home, go to the university, my old mom and dad, they thought that at the university we have dormitories where I have to sleep. You have dormitories. I could not write home telling them that I need something called rent. I could not say that because money was not there. And all I could be helped with was just only tuition. Talk about the functional fees, the upkeep and all that stuff. I could never access a coin. And remember, at the university, you have to buy the matter to read. The lecturer starts there, gives you a PowerPoint note, you go and photocopy, even if it is 20 pages, you go and photocopy and you pay money. So, how did I survive there? I used to walk from Mulago side, old Mulago. Go deep down in Chiseka market, there was a cousin of mine who was in electronics work, repairing these radios, TVs, woofers, mixers, you know. Going there for him to buy me Chikomando. Who knows Chikomando? A few of you? Or the rest of us don't know Chikomando? It's a combination of chapati, cup, sliced with beans, okay? So I used to work on the daily basis, go take lunch, then eating again will be tomorrow's lunch, okay? Yes, at Makerere University. Still, many people could find out that I'm at Makerere University, but they could not believe how I went there. So I decided really to maximize on my academic excellence. I said these people, I used to, of course, a lot of behaviors happen. He told you that life and the world is not fair at all. You can be a good performer in life, God forbid. You find somebody is in a bar, is holding a glass of walagi. Somebody passes with a Land Cruiser V8 or a Benz 4MATIC and someone tells you that fool I used to defeat him in class. That's quite a touching paradox. You used to defeat him, but where are you now? Okay? So life is not fair. Don't be fooled by your academic excellence. Should you fail to back it up with character, good morals, you are nothing. Yes, you lose it in an empty space. So at the university, I decided to maximize on my academic excellence. Still, this is the person who has not yet completed fees, but I need to do an exam. Something which is difficult at campus. You can never enter an examination room even if you are owing a coin, a single coin. So I used to look at these people who are lazy, they don't want to do courseworks. So I started making research and I do for them courseworks. Doing for you coursework, I start on it when I already have my money. Okay? So in my year 2 at the university, I was already doing a matter for year 3s. I used to hold private lectures at Busy Bar, Club 5, Shalom Gardens. I used to be there teaching. When the lecturer is also in class teaching, I'm also teaching. Okay? Time that I earn rent, I earn school fees top up, and all kinds of at the university. Be open-minded, and if you know that at any time you can learn a skill, you never know where it will lead you to. Just learn. Destiny can never stop. Destiny does not mean end. Okay? Yes, you can be destined here today, but again you are destined somewhere tomorrow. Okay? Until you die. So, who knows one day, a place called one day. By then, in 2012, the then executive director for KCCA, this lady was called Jennifer Musisili. She created that project of building one area market. So I reached I was a small boy, simple bodied. I went there when they were on the finishing stage. I looked at the painting form and I said, I want a job. I was looking for rent. I want a job. He said, what can you do? I said, I will paint. He asked me, have you ever painted? I said, no. How are you going to do it? I'm going to paint. He never chased me away. He never chased me away. By the way, I'm telling you how bold you can be in front of someone, even if you come having excelled with academics, but you don't have self-presentation, you're going to lose it. Who else knows that on an interview panel, it's not a question of how many questions you have answered right. Somebody can answer 10 questions correct, but somebody answers only 7, but somebody takes the job. And you leave the other one who has answered all the questions. So it's all about your presentation, personal presentation, and your confidence. Okay? That is what matters. Even if somebody gives you a recommendation that you go and is recommending you to somebody's company, you reach there, you knock onto somebody's door. Good afternoon, madam. Yes, I've been given this to bring it to you. You have received it. Then you go away. You wait for somebody to call you back. You wait in vain. But somebody reaches there with his or her recommendation. It's like, good afternoon. Yes, my name is so and so. I've been pursuing such and such a course at the Vocational Training College or Cavendish University or somewhere. I can do this and this and this and this. I can do everything. Somebody looks at you and is like, are you sure? You're like, yes. You look into someone's eyes and you are like, yes. Even if he does not look into your recommendation, you have already recommended yourself. Do you get what I'm saying? Yes. That personal presentation, that personal confidence. So this gentleman did not chase me away. He got this paint which comes first onto the wall. Let's say they have put finishing the line. Budget undercoat. He said, come, you gave me a roller. He said, you're going to do like this and this and that contract had been taken up by Chinese, by a company called Homeland. So, I spilled the paint and it ran like a river. I was like, I'm finished. This man never chased me away because of the zeal I was applying onto what he told me to do. He said, okay, you are going to do this and this. By the end of the week, they put me at a certain floor. They said, we don't need anyone here. This is the one who's going to paint here. A Chinese man came and asked, who has done this work? He called me to his office. He said, how old are you? I told him. He said, are you a painter? He said, I'm becoming one. The man doubled my payment that very week. Okay? So if you can develop any skill in your life, even if you are, we have even chemical engineers who are musicians. Who knows Waiki Bender? Who knows Waiki Bender? Yes, that dude is my friend. He's a chemical engineer. Waiki Bender is a chemical engineer. But he has found his destiny in music. Okay? So I painted. By the end of that contract, even if I touch into the paint you have just mixed before you start painting, and then please add thinner, or if it needs water, you add the water. Then if I find when you have just painted on the wall, I touch that, I feel the texture, and I'm like, who has done this? Yes. I'm academic registered painter. Okay? So, learn the skill. You never know where it will take you tomorrow. So, I excelled at Makerere University, but when I was in my third year, in my third year, I engaged with people. But who knows Uganda? Who knows Uganda here? You raise your hand upright. Yes. For those who don't know Uganda, I'm going to translate what I'm going to air out to them. In Uganda, they say, okuba omunsi wetaaga abantu. No, wetaaga kumuntu, wetaaga buntu. Then ubuntu nekuwa abantu ne bakuwa ebintu. You need good personality. That personality will qualify you to surround yourself with people who are good to you, and those people who are good to you, they are going to give you the things you want in this world. You get it? Then at Makerere University, we had an association of my home district. By then it was Greater Kamwenge district. We had a students association who were coming, Makereans who were coming from Kamwenge district. I first became a member in the first year. In the second year, I became the association speaker. Then in the third year, I became the association full president. That association had a patron. A patron was a senior assistant secretary to the Minister of Education. So the patron told me that I'm seeing how hard you're working. I used to look at the students from my home district who are also struggling with, like me, on as far as paying school fees was concerned. So I started traversing the city, looking for all the offices for people who are coming from our home districts, knocking onto their door, telling them we have such and such a problem. We have such and such a so-and-so son. He's less by only 200,000 shillings to top up the fees tuition. Lest he's not going to do examinations. So-and-so gives me a 50, so-and-so gives me a 100. So I created a savings scheme. That savings scheme, we opened a joint account where we put that money. We created the 3 signatories where you could come and solicit a simple loan. You top up your fees. After then you return the money with some latent interest. Okay? So when the association patron looked at me, he said, this man has a rare character. He said, by the time you are going to do industrial training or internship is the level in academia where you go to face the world, to get engaged with the industry, to get engaged with the world of work, to go and start training yourself how to deal with the public, to put what you have been taught in class into practice. So he told me, when you get your industrial training letter, bring it to my office. He was working with Ministry of Education Sports. But I was pursuing a Bachelor of Commerce and I majored in marketing because I love talking to people. It's my passion, talking to people. Because during my younger stage, I love to talk to women. I also worked with a certain radio station in my vacation. Yes, worked with a radio station in the Western region. So I love talking to people. So when my industrial training reached, I took my application letter. He said, obviously I'm going to give you a seat. He said, now, in the Ministry of Education Sports, we have over 1,500 employees. But we started the circle and it crumbled at its birth. Only 12 people had entered that circle, that staff circle. Only 12. He said, since you are a marketeer, these 2 months of the industrial training, you are going to spend it. You are going to spend that span talking to these people, convincing them to join our staff circle. I said, okay, game on. I convinced those people. Cutting the long story short, after 2 months, I had already enrolled 258 people into the circle, and they had already made full subscription. And for my 4th year at the university, I never went to class. I never went there. I was already at work. I never attended my 4th year. Even on the graduation day, I never went there because I was busy at work. I was busy at work. So this is the person where whatever I laid my hands on to, I focused on doing it to my best. In life, whatever you are exposed to, do it to your best. Okay? Yes. Even if it's near sweeping, do it to your best. So I was retired at the Ministry of Education Sports. They said if you are going away, our circle is going also to go with you. So stay. They gave me an office. I started working with the circle, but they put me on the probation to see really how I'm going to perform. I started also mastering other things to do with administration and applying my marketing skills. But all people had known me within all the wings of Ministry of Education Sports, at Embassy House, down the Parliament, Social Security House, that's physical education and sports, then Legacy Towers, basic education, the Electorate of Education Standards, and those wings I used to even to traverse them on foot. You reach an officer and say, how are you? I think I saw you somewhere. Like, yes, you saw me in a meeting, and so and so. Then, being good to people, it gives you returns. And somebody will be like, have you taken lunch? You're like, I'm well, but I'll appreciate it. It gives you some taken note. You're not yet on a salary payment, but you go back home with something on a daily basis. I've even started saving. You get? So I performed my duties very well in that very circle. I kept on enrolling people, and that circle is right now vibrant as we talk. So I spent eight solid years working with the Ministry of Education Sports. When they identified my talents, the Commissioner of Human Resource was based in the UK. He said, I want that boy in human resource. They deployed me to human resource. Having mastered finance and administration, now they deployed me to human resource. I started serving pensioners. Now, starting to serve pensioners, here I was dealing with automatically old people, aged people, who are already off the government payroll, but they are at home. Okay? I started dealing with these old people, and they liked my character. And up to now, somebody calls me from, let's say, the further parts of Uganda, is like, how are you, my son? My name is Arika, I'm calling you from Koboko. I'm like, oh yes, Mzee, how are you? Have you identified me? I said, yes. Wait, but I don't remember the person. It's like, one time you helped me to get my gratuity. I'm sending you some airtime. Then I think he has sent me some 20,000. To check on the message, it is 300,000. I'm like, oh, that's good. So, you need people. These people are the ones who are going to give you what you want. Even the government salary will not be enough for you. But if you are to serve a person, serve him diligently, with no expectation of anything from the person. But it is only God who is going to give you answers. Okay? So, from human resource, things become tough in records, they sent me to records. Because whenever I went in whichever wing, I had to master there the art of work. When I went to records, I started doing forensics. Look at the organization stamps, you master it. You know, many people forge, do a lot of forgery. They forge appointment letters, confirmation letters, posting instructions, letters of transfer, you get it? So I started doing forensics. Somebody comes with a genuine stamp. You see it really genuine, but it's not. So this is the person who used to hide into a corner. I look at the stamp, get a new ruler, measure the dimensions of the stamp. If it is letter M, I will know the millimeters of that letter. You will come with a stamp which is forged, but it's really looking alike. But I will capture you. Okay? So I did forensics. I started verifying the signatures of my bosses. Someone comes with a real signature and you look at it and this is the principal who signed here, but it's not the principal. You even take the document to him and you're like, you are not the one who signed here, sir. It's like, how do you know? So until the day I restored a principal human resource officer when he had already been handcuffed in the office of the IGG because a certain principal of a certain NTC forged a transfer letter. Using his, he drew the signature of the principal human resource officer. The man was already on a journey to go to Muzira prison. So I went there, they took me to the office of the IGG. All my body was shaking, but I said, good man, you are ever confident. What is making you shake? You verify the thing and tell the truth. I went there, verified the signature, I really, it came out that it was not the principal's signature. I restored the man from being taken for 12 years imprisonment. He appreciated. He really appreciated. And I remember he gave me money which I used to buy my first plot of land. So, long story short, from Ministry of Education and Sports, having done all the kind of work in records, they identified me from there at Nakawa Vocational Training College. They said you need an marine registrar, and things are so tough at Nakawa. These boys and girls, They are good at forging things. You enter a college and you find there is another accounting department in the dormitories, in the hostels. There is a bursar there who clears them. Yes, and he has a stamp and he signs for them. Yeah. So you find a student, you find a trainee who has studied 2 solid years without paying a single coin. But he has valuable receipts. Which receipt you take to the bursar and say, this is our receipt. You are like, no sir, it's not our receipt. So I used my forensic skills, which I learned from Edison Education Sports. I applied them as an account vocational training college to crack down all the cocoon of forgery. I found the college, it was crumbling with almost a debt of over 800 million from parents. You call a parent and you're like, your student has not been paying tuition. But the father is like, I've been giving the boy tuition, full tuition. I've never missed a semester to pay tuition. It's like, you are being demanded 6.5 million. The parent almost collapses. So I got on the phone, I recovered that money on behalf of the bursar. They started really saying, this guy is going also to take the bursar's job. I said, no. Me, I'm an academic registrar. To manage the students' data and to see them through the college. And remember, in life, you have a debt to pay. You set a debt to pay. In your life journey, set a debt to pay. When I was at Makerere University, we used to line up in such a sunshine at the office of the academic registrar. They'd say, we want examination cards. They'd say, we want a registration, blah, blah, blah. You went? Then the lady will look at you like, it is 1:30 noon and I need to go for lunch. You go, you come back at 2, you go. By 1:30 p.m., you're already lined up in hundreds. Then she comes at 2, at 2:30, she will tell you, I have just taken my lunch, let food rest in my stomach. You get it? You are standing in sunshine. So my heart told me, if the day I will become an academic registrar, I will never behave like this woman. These people can bear my witness. I serve them until the last person, even if it is 10 p.m. late in the evening. I serve them and up to the last client. Okay? So when I looked at all such kind of situations, I said, Onan, doing good costs nothing. Okay? Doing good doesn't cost a thing. The salary these people give me, it is almost a pocket change, but the achievements I have got from these people's parents, I'm now connected to all the industry. Roofings Limited, they come to me tomorrow. Give me 20 students who have done machining and fitting. Give me 20 students who have done mechanical engineering or automotive mechanics. I call the parents, I'm sending your son to where and where, I'm sending him. All of a sudden, the boy or the girl goes crying to the mother, Mom, I cannot believe I've got a job. And I'm not yet graduated, but I've got a job. They are paying this young child 1.8 million, and they are giving him lunch and transport back home. This is a senior 4 leaver who came for a national certificate, but is earning such good money, which even the commissioner in the government ministry cannot access. So, someone calls you, say, my son, I don't know how I'm going to appreciate you, but come to my home. You come, I'm giving you a cow. Okay? So, I've already established a farm somewhere in Fort Porto down there, where I'm putting these gifts which the parents keep giving me. Okay? So, do good, it will cost you nothing, but it will give you whatever you want. Okay? Yes. So this is let me take you to a point where you become a bad person when you are having a position to serve the society, but you misuse your tongues. When I was still at Makerere University, I did a paper called Production and Operations Management. I scored a 94. When I scored a 94, my marks got lost. I went to the head of department, like, you tell so and so, he's sending me to the secretary to look for my marks. The lady said, you are going to repeat this paper. There is nobody who is going to go into those things to overturn the papers looking for your paper. You are going to repeat it. The lady made me cry tears until I could cry no more. I had to pay for the paper out of my hard-earned cash. I repeated the paper. I never even revised out of fury and anger. I never even revised, but I managed to score some 72. When I scored 72, these things were being carried away from the stores to be taken to the archives. I looked at one of the cleaners holding a sack full of papers, but it was labeled with POM, POM, Production and Operations Management. I paid the guy at least 20,000 to help me look out for that script which got lost for the first time. Praise God, we looked for the paper and we got it. I went to the head of department, told them, sir, I know I've paid the paper and I've already scored what I have scored, but can I really plead that you upload my former marks. He said, no worries, no problem. Tell the secretary to update your marks. I went to her. She said, okay. I went, I was so excited. I was like, guys, I've seen my lost paper. But look, the marks to be updated into the system, I had a 72, not a 94. The lady never updated my marks. I think made me cry all the tears for all along until I even repeated the paper. The world and how round it is. This is the lady whom we met together at UMI when I was doing my master's. We met together. She looked at me, I looked at her. Because she remembered my face very well, I know her very well. She couldn't utter out a thing. We all kept quiet and we took the situation normal. Okay? Yes, we took things easy. I was even helping her to do the courseworks. Yes. Vengeance is not for human beings. It's only a God who pays. Okay? I cannot revenge. Okay? I cannot revenge. When a year was almost getting done, she took me to a certain corner. She said, good man, don't pretend like nothing happened between me and you. I said, what? Please, I repeat, don't pretend. She knelt down and she said, I'm sorry for whatever I took you through. I said, no. Don't bring the past stories here. We are moving on. We moved on. Okay? But she could not really get rid of that kind of trauma. Okay? She could not even forgive herself. But I did not revenge. Okay? So handle every person whenever you're in that position equally, as if this is the person who is going to rescue you tomorrow from the handcuffs. Okay? We all need each other. Okay? We all need each other. Even if you become the brightest doctor, even if you become the brightest engineer, but you need that very lower cadre. You never know what will come tomorrow along your way. So at Nakao Vocational Training College, they took me up, giving us the interviews. We went through three panels. We were over 40 people. But on the last panel, I was there alone. They asked me whichever question, I answered it. So one of the professors said, let's leave this. People might think that you are the one who is interviewing us. Okay? So I took up the role of the academic registrar, but with all readiness to bear what I went through, not to let it happen to other people. In my own capacity, where I'm blessed, I'm doing it diligently, and I decided also to say, let me use this platform to engage with the outside industry to see how I can at least get sponsorships for these people who are less privileged, to get solicit jobs for people, these trainees who are getting out of the system, and I'm really doing my best. I've touched so many people's hands, they have excelled. Remember, a a candle, it loses nothing by lighting another candle. Okay? Yes. Putting a pass for somebody's son or daughter also to go and flourish, I lose nothing. Do I? I don't lose anything. So, those are the very parents of the very children who are coming to me and like, you helped my daughter last year, and I'm like, I don't remember. Please don't deny you helped my daughter. I'm here to appreciate it. So it's okay. I take the appreciation. Thank you for appreciating. Somebody loads money onto your phone and be like, what is this? Money which can even triple your salary. Okay? Yes. These doctors, they don't excel just because of what they are doing. Maybe because of what they are. There is someone who comes to a profession with a calling. Okay? There is a teacher who can present work in front of you and you are like, this person is a teacher by calling. Okay? Not only by profession, but by calling. So, ladies and gentlemen, I pursued a Bachelor of Commerce a Bachelor's in Commerce. I majored in marketing because I love talking to people. Then I also went to LODC to study some administrative law. Also, I love that part also. Those are some of my dreams. I wanted also to come out. Yeah, in my younger stage, I used to do things in the house as if I'm a DJ. Going to the bedroom after bringing the goats back home, go shower, enter my bedroom, and stole some part of my dad's coffee, bought a Walkman with a compact, started recording music, started playing as a radio presenter, not until one time I got a chance of doing radio presentation. I used to admire these journalists like nothing. I used to say, I don't care how much they earn, but I want to be a news anchor, or at least I want to be either a radio presenter or a TV presenter. That's why I still admire them. So, you never know when I've never written an application for a job. And I don't think I will ever write an application for a job. Because I'm doing what I like selflessly. So when UBC comes and steals me away, because not people should not do it, get surprised anyway. Members, I urge you to dream big, chase your dreams, but also chase your character. Okay? Chase your character. It is that character that is going to help you achieve that dream, and it's the character that is going to help you stay in that dream. And it's the same character that will help you to stay. Okay? Yes, I submit. Thank you so much.
Have you ever heard of the saying, the last is, save the last for the, save the best for the last, sorry. Who hasn't been blessed? Who hasn't been blessed? It's a trick question. Who hasn't been blessed? Who has been blessed? Guys. It's an overflow of so much information and advice. I really, really want to thank every panelist here. Can we give them a round of applause? One thing I would like to just end with what Mr. Rubana said. The question now I've heard from two people who have never applied for jobs. Is it truly now that there are no jobs per se, or we have not yet stepped into our destiny? We don't know what we're doing. Because all these people that are trusting God, how is it that they're not looking for jobs? Clearly there's something we're doing wrong, right? There is nothing about these two individuals that is different from the rest of us, that we must be in the space of unemployed youth. So I hope you've picked a lot of information today that's going to help you stand out in your character. I have a couple of things that I've picked out from this conversation. You'll probably I don't have to write them because there were so many. But my takeaway this afternoon. So we have resilience, we have passion, we have character, we have mentorship, we have destiny helpers. We talked about entrepreneurship. We have entrepreneurship. We have competence. We have passion. We have consistency. We have respect. We have communication. Anything I've left out? Does anyone have anything else I've left out? Yes. Confidence, positivity, open-mindedness, diligence, so many. Anything? Honesty. Yes. I say the most important thing. The fear of God. Thank goodness. Have you been this blessed? Have you been this blessed before? Can you give thank you all for your submission today. I don't know, you have been such a blessing. Even for me who has been listening, and I know even amongst us to learn from ourselves, even as panelists, and it's such a blessing to not only limit our conversations to a class and academics and figures, but even your personal stories are very important. And even Dukan, I want to appreciate that you have brought you've looked at an aspect of someone who doesn't or may have not had the best beginnings, but look at where you are. And I want to encourage anyone in this room, now you know, from someone who was rearing cattle, did you hear the offices he escaped in? Have you heard the money he's making out of what? Good character, resilience. There's so much to learn from you. So I want to encourage you to walk away with all this information, let it be impactful. You'd like to ask? Do we have any questions, submissions? If there's anything you'd like to ask and you probably don't want to ask right now, but someone's, I know she's scratching her head. It's okay, if not, you can also still approach any of the individuals one-on-one. But before we conclude, I would like to ask for a closing remark, just one simple statement. What is your biggest takeaway from your field that our youngsters here can pick? What is your core? What is that one thing that I think the many would got is where there is a will, there is a way. There was something else, but I know I got where there is a will. What is that major takeaway? And then I think, but this one you can share one-on-one on what are the steps each of these individuals have taken, they took when they were younger, or what can you do now that can prepare you for where you are, or next to go. I noticed we didn't really tackle that. But there are things you can start doing right now to prepare you for where you want to go. One thing is, first of all, change your mindset. But if you do want to find out, please reach out to any of the individuals. So I'm going to ask for a closing remark. What is your major takeaway? And please, let's write them down. Major takeaway is one sentence. And I'm going to find out who's going to write you.
My major takeaway would be simple. Put God first in everything you do. However, good books will take you places you've never been physically. Reading these books has made me traverse the world. I've been to history. I've been in America in the American independence. I've been in Europe. I've been in China in the times of Chairman Mao. I've been all over the place. I'm in the DW newsroom. I'm there because I'm reading. Okay? So good literature will take you to places you've not been physically, wherever you are. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Just mention two things. One, focus on excellence, because success runs after excellence. If you're excellent at what you do, success will come running after you. And two, I think one of the students here talked about it, I just want to also emphasize it. Be teachable. For the destiny helpers you're going to meet, the mentors you're going to meet, the coaches that you're going to meet, the people that you're going to want to learn from, be submissive to their authority. And it is a character that you have to teach yourself to grow into. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I take home that I should deliver to you is that putting God first, then whatever thing you tend to do, to lay your hands onto, to put your brains onto, just focus on doing it to your best. Do it to your best. And if you are to help somebody also achieve something in life, do it wholeheartedly without expecting a return. Okay? Another thing, don't center yourself on one thing in this world because you don't know where your opportunity will come from. Be open-minded to learn new things. Look for more information because they have told you that information is power. Try to qualify in so many things. Try to get more qualifications because the world is dynamic and the world is focusing for who is better than the other. Okay? And you have to be prepared for the opportunity to come to you. Not you trying to look for what it takes for an opportunity, but opportunity comes to somebody who is prepared. Gain those qualifications, master them, look for further information, and keep quiet. Keep being good to one another because you need each other. Because doing good costs nothing.
Thank you. My take home to you would be putting God first, praying so much, asking for the Holy Spirit to guide you always, having confidence, and consistency in anything that you do. Please have consistency. Keep on working on it. If you fail today, stand up tomorrow and still try again. This has so much helped me. Thank you so much.
I would say two things as well. Evolving is not a terrible thing as such. I evolved from a student who really wanted to do mass communication and English at university, so I did social sciences, did literature, psychology, and I evolved into a person who worked, I did some secretary and administration work, small company, then did some banking at that point. Then eventually got into monitor because I was passionate and worked there for 20 full 3 years. And then evolved into someone who now teaches writing and edits all kinds of things, not just newspapers, but journals and things like that. So evolving is not a bad thing. You can find yourself growing and becoming better, and finally you're settling into something that you love. So enjoy the journey, even as you learn about who you are and grow. The second thing would be a quote I had on a podcast, and I've seen something I quite like. It says, "Good judgment comes from bad judgment, and bad judgment comes from making mistakes." And it just goes, I mean, we've had our wonderful stories, but man, we've made mistakes. All of us, yeah. We've made mistakes, we've made the wrong choices at some point, you have some of us saying that. So don't feel like, yeah, they're so good, they're so perfect. No, we've made mistakes. But the idea is, I made the mistake and I made bad judgments. What can I learn from that so that I can make good judgments going forward? Yeah.
Thank you. These are my two golden nuggets. I'll say it again. Your college degree will get you a job, but your character will keep you at that job. Then two, he who fears to begin shall never begin. Start now.
A better round of applause. So on behalf of, I think maybe we could hear some closing remarks from Mr. Lamech, just as we sign off the panel. We head into lunch. We may not have
our team here later on. So if there's anything you'd like to
Thank you so much, our panelists, for giving me my voice. But it's really a pleasure that I appreciate all your submissions. They're really very, very wonderful. Thank you, Colonel, for really organizing this. Never knew that it is going to take us this far. And it's really quite great for especially our young people. Yeah, welcome to Access International School. Whatever actually we've been sharing is part of our dream, and I'm happy that most of you have also not taken good out of the equation. So our motto is learning with a divine purpose. We believe in one thing, that each one of us has been called uniquely, or there is a divine calling, there is something special about that person. They may not be doing the same thing as the other, but there is something good or something that they are being called to, that once they tap in it, they are going to do it excellently, and no one will ever compete with you because you are all uniquely in one way or the other. I want also to thank everyone who has come up, our parents and our friendly schools, our other friendly schools, that is in social life, I don't know, the other schools around. But thank you so much for turning up, and all the people, the panelists who are really been participating in this. But one of the things actually I've also liked is about the different fields and how you've broken them down. Okay, for instance, there are people, there are students who sometimes have shared me about medicine. Maybe what do you think about the medical field? I said, no, I don't want to be a doctor. So all they are looking at is that a doctor is that person who's going to has that coat and all that, infect people, touching blood or whatever. Yet the medical field is so wide. So I like that. I also like how you also Jonathan, yes, how you talked about the engineering field. There's different innovations, those little startups or small startups, and see where they are taking you up. Okay, and Mr. Academic Registrar, crown it all. There are things I was here and I've been always sharing with our students, and I hope they can learn something. Okay, because here, especially those who stay here, even those who go home, because we have some of the students here, I tell them always that even sweeping, matters. Everything, you never know where life, learn things. I'm also a candidate of, many skills or what. So you just learn in life. Even if you are not going to know that, okay, this is not my main career, but learn it in life. Painting, somebody is painting, come, observe, But our young people say, they don't bother. A builder comes in here, they mix the cement here, they don't bother to say, ask, how do you mix this cement? How is, that's how my life has been, and that has helped me to learn a lot of skills. I believe one thing, anywhere you place me, I'm able to do it, to survive. That's how I would put it. But with so much gratitude, thank you so much.
Can we give him another round of applause? I want to take this time to thank, first of all, our students. Thank you for being so attentive. We really appreciate it, and I do hope you have benefited. It's the most important thing. Like I said in the beginning, we are here because of you. This is entirely important for you. So I think, as a student, can you also give Access International a round of applause? We're going to head off to lunch now, but I would also like to welcome Uganda Christian University, who have just arrived. Maybe we'll have a session afterwards, but I'd like to know that they're in the house. We're going to have an exhibition as well as hear from the institutions, some other institutions after lunch. So as you head for lunch, please get your questions around the institutions, the courses. Still keep your questions ready. As you head off for lunch, our panel is also free. If you'd like to ask your questions, if you'd like to network, this is your opportunity. And please stick around. We also have some brochures that we'd like to hand out to someone or anyone. So please don't go. Let's just give you a brochure. Head off for lunch. Otherwise, have a good afternoon.
Maybe just one thing. I'd also like to just inform you that one of our students is studying in for Miss Universe Uganda. Yes. She has managed to make it to the top 15. Yes. So that's where they are going to pick the queen who is going to represent Uganda in the Miss Universe. So yeah, that is Jemima Mpoza. So you can continue search her and like her. She went, you know, but all these, the small things that they have been talking about, the character, the what, you know, all things matter in life. It's what has made her. She's not even that she has the best voice in terms of like many voice, that she's the one on top. But guess who was named? Okay, those people choose the person who had the most voice, big voice, that kind of vote, because that's what they had promised. But she was far in the row, okay, of the people that are picked, you know. And there are others who are doing stood before Miss Uganda, Miss what, and all that. But just because of these small things that they are being shared with us. So keep the values, it's going to lead you to places.
Thank you so much. Let's have a round of applause and then we can, as panelists, let's give a round of applause. I'm going to join, let's have the panelists on stage for a photo. And we can have Mr. Lamesh joining us, and Mrs. Anne. We're going to have a full photo.
everyone by now. You will be exhausted, but at least we are exhausted by a lot of information which we really need to keep. And I can see some links have been given out. We brought different exhibitors, we brought universities, and the UCU, they are also already here. After our lunch, we are going to have a lot, still more a lot. So please make sure at this few moments you are making connections, you're talking to someone who is who you want to be your mentor as we go through all this. The people you want to ask some information, get their numbers at this moment. Within 5 minutes we shall be heading for our lunch. I just want to give you the good news, our lunch is almost ready. And this is just a moment of 5 minutes. Get someone's number, get connections, get connected. And in just 5 minutes we shall be getting our families to go for lunch. And then we'll come and the road as we are going on. Please make connections, don't go very far. I also want to tell you one thing, please. On our left, that is the left corner, there is a road going down to the convenience. So if you want to use the bathroom, that corner, just go and you see a road going to the convenience. And you will find the side for ladies and the side for gentlemen. So that is it. It's a moment for connections, don't miss out on connections. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And let's put this mic again to direct how we are going out for food. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Divine, and I'm like so in my spotlight. Yeah, but guys, nice to meet you. So, I'm sharing my talents. See you in a bit.